of Grace Church of the Nazarene and the guest of District 15 Council Member Jeff Gregg. You're recognized, Pastor Trees.
Let us pray together. Almighty God, we thank you for creating each of us in this room. Each of us are precious to you and have been created to fulfill your purpose through your calling. And I thank you tonight for these, your servants, our mayor, Vice Mayor Henderson, our civil leaders, as well as our city council members. We thank you for the calling that you have given every one of them to be good stewards of your creation, to assist and love the neighbor as ourselves, and to govern others towards that end. Thank you for the gift of city. Thank you for this city of Nashville, whose rich history of river, rail, and interstate trade, education, revivalism, musical expression has made her successful for generations. Thank you for the pioneers that she has fostered with freedom to dream, like the medical vision of Dr. Keith Johnson, founder of DCI, or like those who here humbly assist the dreams of others through their council's directives. Like King David prayed, may they defend the afflicted among the people, save the children of the needy. May you offer these leaders through their portion of power the gifts to bless this city. And like the prophet Jeremiah, that your blessing accompany kings who defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Like your servant Joseph, ruler of Egypt, grant to them the leadership towards prosperity and wisdom pertaining to resources. And like Nehemiah, allow their deeds to construct a functional structure of safety and provision. Like the Apostle Paul, may we realize that we are to cherish government and respect its leadership. Like the ruler Esther, may your leadership notice the gaps and surrender to sacrifices that accompany such a standard of leadership. And like Ruth, may their motives derive from love and loyalty to blending community. Like Solomon, may wisdom be their strength today that builds a city for future generations to enjoy. We pray that we would have eyes to see how our lives reflect you when we are all working for common good, to respond to those who are vulnerable among us, allowing your kingdom come in Nashville as it is in heaven. And like Barnabas, son of encouragement, may we spur one another forward to unity through the sharing of our resources. May Nashville be a place where the weak and the strong find the renewal of spirit. And finally, I ask that you would protect these leaders and this city from the brokenness of classism, racism, and violence, that she may reflect the God of image, the God of love, the God of grace, the God of unity. And as we pursue peace with all, and as far as it depends on us, may we live at peace with everyone. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may all be seated. Thank you, Pastor Trees. Council members, about a year ago in the first week of August, many of you were elected or re-elected to serve in one of the 40 seats in this body. Some of you had a runoff election and had to persevere through the summer heat to September 14th. Political races, whether nonpartisan or partisan, are always challenging. I know we appreciate candidates' willingness to seek and serve in the elected offices that represent our fellow Nashvillians, and I appreciate the volunteers and family members that support them. We want to especially thank our Election Commission staff and poll workers for administering a free and fair election. To the Nashville community, a reminder that you can volunteer in myriad ways to support our democratic election process. Volunteer for a campaign, serve as a paid poll worker, encourage and connect your fellow Nashvillians to register to vote. The last day to register to vote in the November 5th election is October the 7th, and early voting will begin October 16th. At our last meeting, this council voted unanimously to put the Choose How You Move Transportation Improvement Program on Nashvillians' November 5th ballot, and the Election Commission also affirmed that ballot language this week. Tonight, this body will decide if that same ballot will also include charter amendments. Today was the first day back to school for Metro Nashville schools, so a special thank you to Nashville's teachers at all of our schools across the city, and best wishes to those children and families. It's an exciting and sometimes bittersweet and stressful time of year. Back to school time is also road safety reminder time, when we ask all Nashvillians to renew their focus on safe driving. If you're a driving parent late to school for drop-off or pickup, please don't speed through the neighborhood. If traffic is backed up near your local school in the next few weeks, please do not honk and swerve and turn around in frustration. Vehicles are increasingly bigger, taller, heavier, often purchased with the intent of protecting the young people inside them. This has the very negative side effect of making the young people and all people outside of vehicles walking and biking even more vulnerable and less safe. We have school zones for a reason. Slow down in them. Observe crossings. Stop for people in or at the edge of a crosswalk. Whether you are on a 2-lane or a 4-lane road, never pass a car stopped at a crosswalk or a school bus along the road with its stop sign out. We are all a part of a slowly improving transportation system. Nashvillians will have an opportunity in November to vote for dedicated funding to deliver the increased safety we all need, hopefully more quickly, consistently, and broadly. People speeding and people driving distractedly kill people too often. We've had several roadway fatalities in the last week here in Nashville, and we must never normalize these roadway fatalities or forget that we all have a crucial part to play in reducing them. Slow down and keep your eyes on the road at all times so we can keep each other safe. Lastly, this evening is the National Night Out Against Crime on the first Tuesday in August across the country. This event is always on a council meeting night. So we are sorry to miss being with our communities and law enforcement officers, and encourage you to connect with them and your neighbors and local businesses. Building community and having more folks out walking, biking, shopping, interacting keeps eyes on the street and helps reduce crime in our community. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of all members that are present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of July 16th, 2024? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting of July 16th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There is a message.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Dear Vice Mayor Henderson and members of council, pursuant to regulations of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office, reports on debt obligation must be submitted to the Metropolitan Council and presented at a meeting of that body before filed with the Comptroller of the state. The reports are for tax anticipation notes for a combined $149 million authorized by the Metropolitan Council through Resolution RS 2024-450 on May 21st, 2024. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these important financing initiatives. Sincerely, Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, now we are moving into Section E of our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons that were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's new 2-meeting process for all elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Sepulveda, your committee report, please. First, for any deferrals, if there are any.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the farmers market appointment, Patricia Tarquino, we voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay, can you make a motion?
With that, I would move for a 1-meeting deferral.
Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on the 1-meeting deferral for Ms. Tarquino regarding the Farmers Market Board? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of 1-meeting deferral, please say aye. Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, that's deferred 1 meeting. Okay, go ahead, Chair Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And the Rules Committee voted unanimously for re-referral for Christy Pruitt-Haynes, Clifton Harris, for Dr. Ari Nettles, Julie Caputo.
And if you could also say If you'd also just quickly say the board as well, Ms. Sepulveda, and that way we'll just take them all together. Yeah.
Benefit Board appointment of Christy Pruitt Haynes. Electric Power Board reappointment of Clifton Harris. The Hospital Authority Board appointment of Dr. Ari Nettles. The Short-Term Rental Appeals Board appointment of Julie, what was that, Vice Mayor?
Yes, reappointment of current
Reappointment.
Chair Julie Caputo. Yes.
Sports Authority appointment for Victoria Crawford, and the Sports Authority appointment of Russell Pooley. And with that, I would move for, and with that, it's for re-referral.
Yep, that is an automatic re-referral. Thank you for the update that you were able to interview all those folks except the one deferral. Okay, so Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized again for your committee report as we move into confirmation section of our agenda. This is a report on appointees in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process. Again, first for the deferrals, if there are any, please.
There are no deferrals.
Okay, so next for those persons who received a vote of recommendation by the committee and a consolidated motion for those same appointees, please.
We will have to take this one separately,
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Understood.
And with that, I'd defer to my Vice Chair for the first one.
Okay, yeah. Vice Chair Prep T, you're recognized for the committee report of rules, confirmations, and public election.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee considered the Arts Commission appointment of Ms. Mara Yu for a term expiring on February 24th, 2026, with a vote of 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting, as well as the Procurement Standards Board appointment of Kim Sampson for a term expiring on July 20th of 2027, with a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I move approval.
Okay, let's see. So we had 1 not voting. May we still take them together, Ms. Darby? Okay, all right. So Mr. Prep T has moved approval of both candidates for confirmation to the Arts Commission. That's Ms. Myra Yu and Ms. Kim Sansom to the Procurement Standards Board. Is there a second for that consolidated motion? Okay, I hear a second. Does any member seek to be recognized to remove or separate this vote or be recorded as abstaining on any particular item? Okay, Chair Sepulveda, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to be recorded as abstaining for Myra Yu due to a conflict of interest.
Okay, I appreciate that. Ms. Darby, is that okay to still take them up together?
Probably ought to separate them if she's not going to abstain for both.
Okay, all right. Mr. Prepty, if you would then bifurcate the motion, please, and do a motion for Ms. Myra Yu, please, first. There we go. Sorry, Mr. Prepty. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I will amend my motion to vote singularly for the approval of the Arts Commission appointment of Ms. Myra Yu for a term expiring on February 24th, 2026.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved, probably seconded. Any discussion on the confirmation of Ms. Yu? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Chair Sepulveda, you will be recorded as an abstention. And then Vice Chair, I need a motion on Ms. Sampson for appointment to the Procurement Standards Board, please.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the appointment of Ms. Sampson? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, we have then appointed Ms. Myra Yu to the Arts Commission and Ms. Kim Sampson to the Procurement Standards Board. We are grateful to everyone who has been confirmed. I see that Ms. Yu is here with us this evening. So if you have returned to chambers, whether Ms. Yu or Ms. Sampson this evening, and we're just confirmed, you can please stand and be recognized. And if you are watching from home or watching this recording later, you also have our thanks. So thank you, Ms. Yu. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, next we are moving into nominations. And I know Ms. Allen has a nomination, but because she's moving back this way, I first want to take this opportunity while we are in the nomination section of our agenda to also bring members' attention to memos that you will have received from me on Monday via email and that are also on your desks, to make the public aware that there is one vacancy each on the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board, as well as the Property Standards and Appeals Board. So council members will be called upon to make nominations to fill the vacancies at the August 20th council meeting, okay? So there is one vacancy each on the Property Standards and Appeals Board, per my memo, and one vacancy on the Short-Term Rentals Appeals Board. So please see those memos. And then with that, Ms. Allen, well, let me first read the item. It is item G1. Nominations will be taken to fill the following position. The first is for the Auditorium Commission, for nominations to fill one vacancy with a term expiring June 30th, 2027, with an election to be held at the September 3rd council meeting. Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. But Vice Mayor, I would like to nominate Jerry Pentecost.
Councilwoman Allen has nominated Jerry Pentecost. Are there any other members seeking to nominate a candidate for service on the Auditorium Commission? If so, you can raise your hand or get in the queue. Okay, seeing none, we have one nominee in Jerry Pentecost. Okay, thank you, Ms. Allen. Okay, now we are moving into section H of our agenda, public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak may sign up for public comment on the council meeting sign-up sheet at the Metro Clerk's office counter on the day of the scheduled meeting. Public comment sign-up for council meetings begins at 5 p.m. and ends at 6 p.m. on the day of the scheduled meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items per state law must be prioritized to comply with state law. And so by signing up for public comment, those folks have acknowledged that they have read our public comment procedures. Okay, with that, turn on the mic at the podium. And first to sign up for public comment is Mr. Alex Cohn, speaking on Agenda 58, which is Resolution 2024-638, which is a condemnation of the verbal assault of young children downtown. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, the Vice Mayor and Metro Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Alex Cohn, and I'm a Jew from Alabama. I grew up in a small Jewish community about an hour north of Birmingham. As you can imagine, it was sometimes a little uncomfortable growing up in a small Alabama town where there was only one other Jewish kid in the entire school. I was happy to excuse myself from a room when religion became a topic of conversation. I was proud to be Jewish, but I preferred to keep that to myself. Fast forward to 2010, when I moved to Nashville, I was so excited to move to a city with a thriving Jewish community. I moved here on a Wednesday, and I was at Shabbat services that Friday evening after joining a congregation that afternoon. Believe me, it was not typical for this 23-year-old self to be at Shabbat services, but I was eager to join this community. It is no secret that the temperature toward our Jewish community has reached a boiling point. Anti-Semitic flyers, marches, and protests have been seemingly as commonplace as hot chicken. Nashville is making the national headlines, sadly for all the wrong reasons. Is this really the Nashville that I was so excited to make my home 14 years ago? I do not expect Nashville to eliminate hate. We live in an imperfect world, and hate is an unfortunate reality. However, I do expect these acts of hate to come with consequences. Resolutions of condemnation are nice and maybe even necessary, but that is not enough. We have laws and ordinances for a reason, but they're meaningless if they're not enforced. Nashville is fortunate to have some exceptional leaders that have great visions for this city including the mayor, vice mayor, and the Metro Council. I trust that each of you has the best intentions. However, these great visions and best intentions will never be fully realized if hate continues to parade through our streets. I again thank you for your time. I will continue to pray for peace for Nashville and our world.
Thank you, Mr. Cohn. Next is Julie Kohner, speaking also on Agenda Item 58, Resolution 2024-638, in support. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Julie Kohner. I am the child of Holocaust survivors. My mother, in her early 20s, survived 4 Nazi concentration camps, including Auschwitz. Due to the brutal and inhumane treatment she received while in the camps, she weighed 73 pounds at the time she was liberated. My grandparents were killed by the Nazis in a gas chamber in Auschwitz. Because of all that my mother endured at the hands of the Nazis, I have made it my life's mission to speak in schools to children about the Holocaust and help to ensure her story and the stories of others are not forgotten. It is crucial that these memories live on in future generations. Our country's foundation has to be built on compassion, community, and justice. There can be no place in our peaceful society for hatred and intolerance. I am here tonight because I'm extremely disturbed by the presence of anti-Semitic groups publicly displaying their hatred and intolerance of Jews. The public display of Nazi symbols today suggests our community has not learned from the past. Nazis marching represents terrorism, and it is only meant to convey a message of hate, violence, and intimidation. We need to peacefully come together as a community to not allow this to persist. I am asking the Metro Nashville City Council to reevaluate existing ordinances to prevent the display of anti-Semitic and hateful symbols of intolerance on public property that intimidate the public and threaten violent behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to speak is Nicole Williams, speaking on Agenda Item 28, RS 2024-559, regarding the charter and charter amendments. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Hi. Somehow I always end up after like super eloquent, very like heartfelt speeches. So I'm sorry that y'all now have to listen to me. But I signed up to speak in support of the charter amendment resolution, particularly the amendment that would lower the age limit to run for council. I believe at this point that the entire resolution is going to get deferred or voted down. I think that's the wrong choice. I don't know why you would have had the Charter Revision Committee work for months and months on these if just to defer it. And I don't know why you would make the Charter Revision Commission meet. If y'all want to keep a clean ballot for transit, that's fine. I think it's short-sighted. I think it is not trusting enough in voters to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, which I think I can do, everyone sitting here can do. And I think we need to have trust in our voters to be able to take into account like various things that we are presenting to them. If you do defer it and do put all of this off until 2026, I can say I definitely do not want to hear about voter fatigue on the 2026 ballot that is going to be long because of all of the other things that the committee decided to put off considering until 2026. So that's basically my thoughts on that. And then real quick, I also wanted to just ask everyone, but in particular committee chairs, to reflect on how you speak about your colleagues on social media. In particular, calling out colleagues by name because you have policy disagreements with them is wholly inappropriate, particularly if you chair a committee. You can disagree on policy. Please do not come after each other personally. You're putting each other at risk
Ms.
when you do
Williams?
that.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is Trent Benj. Also speaking on agenda item 28, RS 2024-559, regarding charter amendment. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Trent Benj. I'm a multimedia specialist, musician, and community advocate from Southeast Nashville. I come before you to speak on the same agenda item as Nicole in support of the same thing, lowering the age to run for council. On March 30th, 2023, the first day of legislative session following the Covenant shooting, hundreds gathered on Legislative Plaza and the steps of the Capitol. This diverse, multi-generational coalition made their message to state legislators clear. Hundreds of students stood up, walked out of school, whether it be middle, high school, or university, myself included, often joined by parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles who often supported and agreed with the fact that the circumstances our youth live in is unacceptable. In June, hundreds of Nashvillians showed up for our annual budget hearing, many of them young. I commented that I've never seen that many folks around my age in this chamber before. They argued that the material conditions that our youth live in are unacceptable. But those two groups of people lack one thing. They can't run for council. They can't. We have an age limit set as the strictest in the entire country at 25. To me, that's unacceptable. Young folks like me can join the military, get married, enter into a contract, serve on a jury, but yet we cannot affect change in our communities through legislation until we are 25. To me, that's unacceptable. It's past time that we correct the course and allowed all Nashvillians who are qualified to serve our communities and serve our city and affect change through legislation. So I implore all of you to vote yes on Councilmember Rutherford's amendment to allow us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benj. Next, Mr. Huckabee, sir, I wanted to bring to your attention, sir, that these zoning items, Bills 56, 57, 58, and 59, they have their own zoning public hearing that is going to happen very quickly on our agenda. And so we would ask that you wait for that. Thank you, sir. Okay. Next, signed up is Davy Tucker. Speaking on agenda item 65, that's BL 2024-476. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. MHRC is grateful and thankful for this body's support of our work and your funding of our efforts. We're also grateful for the attention that many of you have paid to the issue involving the Title VI complaint against Metro Arts and Legal. As you know, we are in the signature phase of a conciliated agreement with all of the parties. Your attention, attendance, articulation of your concerns were contributory to this resolution. Again, we say thank you. This piece of legislation that we want to talk about is one of the 4 recommendations that came out of our Title VI report, to ask that each year the council gets to see and bring light to the criteria used for the allocation of the Metro Arts funds. So much of what happened over the last 3 or 4 decades was all done in the dark. By you supporting this piece of legislation every year, you will get to see what it is, to where that if there is an issue, you can also intercede in that behalf. MHRC is not taking a position as it relates to the council person being on the commission, but we really, really would hope that you would see how helpful this would be, to where 10, 15 years down the road, we don't end up back in this situation again. Again, we sincerely appreciate many of you individual council people who helped us navigate this to a conciliated ending that I think really sets up this situation, 1, not to happen again, but also 2, it shows us other ways that we can be better as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Next is Pastor Derek Bozeman on agenda item 58, RS 2024-638. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Derek Bozeman. As stated, I'm a pastor. I'm the vice president of Nashville Peacemakers. I am a real estate investor, an insurance salesman, and an almost published author. I am here representing a group of men who are responding to the neo-Nazi presence. Historically, the black preacher has been used as a pawn in the hand of politicians, and that day has ended. We'd like to thank the council for their resolution and for the efforts that they have taken to solve this problem. We understand that the First Amendment is a right, and I understand that efforts are being made to quail or to cause their actions to be looked upon as a violation. And I had prepared something else. I was actually angry when I first wrote it, and I found out more information, but I had to soften it. So we thank you for what you're doing. We ask that you would continue to work on this because a group is forming, and that group is angry, and the possibility that conflict could arise is great. So keep that in mind. Frederick Douglass said that it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And I close with this. In the state of Florida, black children were used as alligator bait. And I noticed that when I walked in, on every floor, there's a bull head. That same bull is at Wall Street, and the bull is associated with human sacrifice as well as child sacrifice. And I would hope that this city would not go that route.
Mr.
Thank
Bozeman.
you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, next is Heriberto Sanchez. Heriberto, also speaking on agenda item 58, RS 2024-638 in support. Go ahead,
How
sir.
y'all doing today? My name is Brother Sanchez, a resident of North Nashville, born and raised, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the people. The sole purpose is unity in the community. We feel that the incident downtown last month in July with the Nazi hate group verbally assaulting and harassing our children was highly unacceptable. We naturally care for our children, any parent would, and we're eager to know what we can do to stop it. We know you all been working on it, and we do believe you will do what's needed, but it's only right that the community knows as well. As a community living in the 19th district, we sat down days after the incident downtown, and we came up with a few simple ways of, or at least two things that we feel would help with the situation. One is to have a better training for the police when engaging with hate groups against the community with our children, not protecting them. And another is some kind of law that does not allow known terroristic hate groups like KKK, Nazi, neo-Nazi, GDP, Aryan Nation, things of that sort, to form in our city and have the potential to terrorize our community. We know about the First Amendment and freedom of speech, but how far are we willing to let that go when children are involved? Because our children were escorted away, not the racist group. So that means that our children didn't have freedom of speech. They had to leave. We just know that anything big starts small, and if we don't deal with it now, it get out of control. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next, having signed up Kendra Schinkel and Rose Schmillen, similar to what I shared with Mr. Huckabee, the bills 2023 56, 57, and 58 will have their own public hearing just shortly, within minutes. And so we would ask that for items that otherwise do have a public hearing, that you use that time rather than public comment. Thank you. Okay. All right. That concludes the public comment period. And then we will move on next to section I on our agenda. This is rules of procedure. We have two proposed changes to council's rules of procedure, and we consider these items with the same process as we do for legislation. Council Member Benedict has a proposed amendment to Rule 13 regarding filing deadlines and emergency items. That's section I, agenda item 1. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Withdraw.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. That rule change proposal is withdrawn. Council Member Suara, Madam Pro Tem, has proposed an amendment to Rule 28.1 regarding the public addressing council. Pro Tem Suara, you are recognized. Oh, pardon me. Hang on, Pro Tem. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would like to move for 2-minute deferral with a comment.
Did you want to ask, did it go to committee? Do you want to ask for that committee report?
Yeah, it did go to rules.
that's
Yes,
okay.
committee reports, please.
Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay, back to you for a motion then.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move for 2-minute deferral with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This rule change, as we listen to the issues of Nazis marching in our streets, what they actually tried to do last meeting was also to speak during public comment and spew their hate in front of all of us. And so this rule change is purporting to actually find a way to avoid that. We know these people are out of towners, and so this rule is trying to say that for our public comments that we only want people from Davidson County, and hopefully that would stop them from actually speaking on camera if they do show up again. But since filing it, there's been a lot of concern and conversations. There's conversation about people that actually work here but do not live here. We know a lot of our teachers live outside of Davidson County. And so we're looking into making the rule to say that it's not only for people that just live here, but it will also include people that work here or have a business here. The other categories of people that we're concerned about is our on-house population and our undocumented population in terms of what kind of identity or ID or proof are we going to be looking for. So I've reached out to organizations, Open Table, Talk, AMAC, organizations that work with this group to be able to compile a list of what are the acceptable documents for our on-house community, for our immigrant community, that we can look at that make sure that they're able to speak and we're not limiting it to ID. And so because I'm still working on this and still getting ideas and trying to put together something, that's the reason for the deferral. But the goal is that we want to keep the out-of-towners away, but we also don't want to put undue burden on our residents. So with that, I renew my motion for 2-minute deferral.
Okay, there's a motion to defer this proposed change of rule of procedure, 2 minutes, or 2 meetings. And you have heard an explanation from Pro Tem Suara. It was properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer 2 meetings? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of a 2-meeting deferral, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this rule proposal is deferred 2 meetings. Okay, now we are moving into our public hearings. First, resolution on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for Metro Council public hearings. This evening, Ms. Sandra Obando de Ruiz is here as the interpreter. Ms. Obando de Ruiz, will you please share how you can help?
Buenas tardes, yo voy a ser la intérprete en español para la sesión de esta noche. Gracias.
Thank you, gracias, we appreciate you. Okay. For those wishing to speak this evening as part of any of our public hearings, whether for this first and only resolution or the numerous zoning bills that will follow, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address. You might want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, on what street, or who your council member is. Okay, so first on public hearing this evening is Agenda Item 1, RS 2024-609, sponsor cap. This is a resolution exempting Butter Lamp Bread and Beverage located at 1101 Chapel Avenue, number 103, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090 E of the Metropolitan Code. Mr. Cap, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd ask to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Seeing no one here in opposition, do those persons here in support still seek to speak? Okay. If you're sure about that, then I will declare the public hearing closed, Mr. Cap.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry. We also need a committee report, sir.
Oh, yes. Committee reports, please.
Chair Bradford, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Government operations and regulations, we approved 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, duly noted. Now back to you, Mr. Cap.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of this resolution exempting Butter Lamp Bread and Beverage, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, that resolution has passed. Okay, next, moving into Section K, bills on public hearing. First among those is Agenda Item 2. This is BL 2023-56. It also has its companion bill, BL 2023-57. Both are sponsor Rutherford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from AR2A and SP to SP zoning on properties located at 6419, 6423, and 6431 Pettis Road, and a portion of property located at 8001 Warbler Way, approximately 620 feet northeast of Nolensville Pike. This is 28.71 acres to permit 230 multifamily residential units and a fire station, all of which is described herein. Mr. Rutherford, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe we could also take the next 2 items together with this as well. It's all the same piece of property.
Okay, Ms. Darby, when we discussed that earlier today, we had indicated those might need to go separately, given the wish of the sponsor.
Definitely can. Number 4 is also at 8001 Warbler Way, so if we want together as a public hearing, I think that's fine.
Okay, so just to clarify, Ms. Darby, as well, it's okay for Agenda Item 4, which is BL 2023-58, which is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and Zoning by changing a specific plan for a portion of the property also located at 8001 Warbler Way, southwest of the terminus of Tanager Drive, zoned SP 1.45 acres, to remove those 1.45 acres of open space from the SP. And then, Mr. Rutherford, are you also suggesting then agenda item? Ms. Darby is shaking her head no on taking that up at the same time, sir. So the suggestion from special counsel is 56, 57, and 58 on the agenda may be taken together.
My assumption was that they were all 4 together, but whatever we need to do. All 4 of them have traveled through the process together to this point.
Okay, I'll allow it. We're going to take the public hearing together. Appreciate you, Mr. Rutherford. So also then, for the public's edification and awareness, also now agenda item 5, BL 2023-59, also sponsor Rutherford. So 4 bills now, the fourth of which is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from SP to R40 zoning for property located at 6397 Pettis Road at the northeast corner of Warbler Way and Pettis Road, 0.96 acres described herein. So all 4 of these items will be taken then together for purposes of public hearing. Go ahead, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on these 4 items. Would all members of the public here in support of these 4 bills please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Let's see. Let's see then, with those both in support and opposition, will persons wishing to speak in support please come forward to the podium if they wish to speak, and then persons in opposition will speak after those speaking in support. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Estes, 2925 Berry Hill Drive. I am the owner of the property that is before you as the proposed SP. We purchased property approximately 3 years ago. We are also the developers of Autumn View and the village of Autumn View behind it. We have developed about 400 houses. 380 of them are probably built and occupied as of today. And then we are the owner of the proposed property that has the 230 units as well as a new fire hall for Metro on it. We started this process with the community about 3 years ago. We've had 8 community meetings, 4 or 5 at Cambridge Community Club, 1 at the church, 2 at the church, 1 at the property. We've been in front of the Planning Commission twice and received unanimous approval both times with no opposition at either Planning Commission meeting. And although we do have a few neighbors who deserve to come speak and voice their opposition, I will reiterate that we have had 3 years of community involvement involving hundreds of members of the community out here, and probably without being shy, have over 95% of the support through many, many different iterations. The members that we have heard opposition from are along Warbler Way, which is a road that was built and has 1.5 acres, I apologize, of open space to the left side. It used to be the access to the farms that's on the property we owned. I do not know what they were sold. We don't sell houses, we develop land, but I know that they would wish that to stay. However, between the development we developed for them and this property, we have probably 40% open space as well as providing public infrastructure. And then the last thing I'm going to say real quick is with the new infrastructure transportation plan, we are adjacent to Nolensville Road, and we are providing the pedestrian connection to hopefully go there. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, is anyone else seeking to speak in support of these 4 bills? Okay, with that, with those in opposition wishing to speak, please come forward and you can line up, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Rose Schmellen, and I live at 8056 Warbler Way. First of all, I'd like to thank our councilman, John Rutherford, and the developer for the changes they've made so far to accommodate the concerns of the residents. While we don't agree with the current plan, we recognize that it's more acceptable than the original version. I know that plans continue to evolve even after this meeting, and that these evolutions aren't always in the best interest of the existing residents. I encourage our councilman and planning staff to look at any future proposed changes with a critical eye. Specifically, please only allow the single-family use along Warbler Way and don't allow them to put the 4-story apartment building in the Hill Properties open space. In a previous version of this plan, a connection was made across the stream, making the proposed development contiguous to itself. I do have a copy of this plan, and you can see the proposed crossing across the stream. I'm happy to hand this over if you want to look at it. In the current version, this connection has been removed, making Warbler Way the sole access point for nearly 100 new residential units. This means that all of the construction traffic for this part of the development will come through our neighborhood. It also disconnects those residents from their own amenities. We respectfully request that a stream crossing be reinstated and that all construction access go through this new development and not through our community. Thus far, the developer has not been able to provide a justification for the omission of this stream crossing. I reached out to community clubs, Metropolitan, and NDOT, and none of them have expressly opposed this stream crossing. I'm sure that the developer will come up with someone else who supposedly opposes it, but in reality, the developer seems to be the only one that does. I asked that the council consider the well-being of the residents in the existing community. I know the stream crossings are expensive. However, the previous plan done by the developer indicates that it is possible to do and that they're willing to do it. If the stream crossing cannot be reinstated today, I ask for a deferral while we determine if there are any true barriers to this improvement. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am, you can provide that map to our Sergeant at Arms, and he can get that to our staff and to Mr. Rutherford. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name's John Huckabee. I'm a property owner at 8018 Warbler Way.
Sir, could you pull the mic up just a little bit higher?
Hello.
Yes.
I'm John Huckabee. I'm a property owner at 8018 Warbler Way. I appreciate you guys taking the time. It's good to see you, John. I just heard the developer say that it's gone through with absolutely no opposition. I've lived in my property. I closed escrow on last year on July 27th, and outside of the public notice that's been posted on the green space, which when I did purchase the property, I was led to believe, and I know it's not the developer's issue, he doesn't sell homes, but the gentleman that represented Regent indicated to me that that was going to remain green space. I understand that's under contest. I received no notification outside of the email or outside of the official mail that I got about this public hearing, so you would have heard my opposition to this loud and clear had I known that there was going to be a vote previously on it. I back the previous speaker and would like to engage in the conversation about the stream crossing to keep the traffic within the community contiguous. Warbler's already a major access point to get to all the other beautiful homes that the developers have built in the community, but I'd prefer to keep the community traffic within the community.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good evening. I'm Kendra Schinkel. I live at 8034 Warbler Way, across from the property that we're discussing. I agree with Rose, as she mentioned, that I would love for us to defer or reject these proposals based upon the original plans that contradict original plans or original approvals. I'd also like to add my opposition to the taking of the open space. It was originally zoned from ag to SP with open space, approved by everyone here. And when we purchased our property, we were promised that open space and relied on that based upon the approval. So I would like to see that we either defer or reject those proposals, given the challenges that we face. I also, again, would ask that you listen to Rose in terms of the ask for the connection points onto Warbler Way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else seeking to speak in opposition? Okay. With that, then I declare the public hearing closed on these 4 items, and then it is back to you, Mr. Rutherford. And as I understand from Ms. Darby, from a voting perspective, okay, so I took all 4 of those on a public hearing. We can do a consolidated motion for BL 2023-56 and 57. Those can be put together for purposes of a vote, but the other 2 will need to be taken separately, sir. So go ahead, you're recognized.
And on those items that we can take together, I move approval with comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to say, first off, that I'm grateful to everyone who came out today to talk to us. on both sides of this. This has been on an ongoing effort for a couple of years, really. It's been a long one because it's had two different iterations with the Planning Commission. That's why it's been sitting here basically on perpetual deferral while we waited on Planning Commission to come back again. And so that's sort of what happened legislatively because of the changes. But I want to address some of the changes that took place through that lengthy process because of the number of community meetings that were held that has been mentioned at the Cane Ridge Community Club, at the church up the hill, and on the site itself. That community engagement brought about a lot of changes. One of the major changes was that the folks who live along Warbler Way, which has been mentioned here, were initially going to be looking out across at essentially a building. That was changed to where now they'll be looking out across at additional homes instead of a building. So that, along with changes historically related to the property, the protection of an old well, the protection of a cemetery, and the protection of an historical cabin that's on the site, all came about through community engagement. And that, I think that's important to note here. And with that, since there were a couple of issues that were brought up by the concerned citizens that I would feel more comfortable bringing planning in on the discussion, in particular, the issue of notice that has been brought up, because I know this has been legally noticed, but there's some confusion over it because of the length of time that's occurred since it was originally noticed. And then also the issue as well as the access points and sort of the history of that. If planning could address those two items, I would appreciate it, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Milligan for the Planning Department, you are recognized, ma'am.
Sure. So to speak to notice, notice for zone changes happens a few different ways and at a couple of points in the process. This item was originally heard by the Planning Commission in June of last year, and notice was provided for that Planning Commission public hearing through mailed notices as well as signs. The notice that happens at the Planning Commission is not a zoning code or state law required notice, but that does happen and did for this case when it was originally heard in June. This bill was then filed at council, but then was withdrawn at the end of last term. The bill was again introduced this term. And when it was introduced, it was re-referred to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had made a recommendation on rezoning of this property in June of 2023. It was re-referred to the Planning Commission to be heard again. Because the public hearing had been noticed in June, new notice was not sent by mail or signs because it was a re-referral, although it was posted on the agenda and there was a public hearing held at the Planning Commission. This hearing tonight was noticed per the zoning code required notices of mailing to all properties within 1,000 feet and also signs being posted on the property. So this was noticed per the requirements of both the zoning code and state law. That's noticing. As to the access points, the plan that the Planning Commission originally reviewed and recommended approval of in June of 2023 included 2 access points on Warbler Way, and there was not a connecting street between the northern portion of the plan and the southern portion of the plan. That remains true of the current version of the plan that is under your consideration and that the Planning Commission recommended approval of, that there were 2 access points on Warbler Way and that the northern portion and the southern portion are not connected. There were some other changes that happened internally on the plan, but those things remain true for both versions of the plan.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Milligan, for that explanation. Mr. Rutherford, are you renewing your motion for approval on second reading of Bills 56 and 57?
Just one more comment, if I may, just briefly. I wanted to
I'll allow it since it's multiple bills, so
Oh, okay,
go ahead.
thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to express again my appreciation to the folks who came out, in particular the community members, to make the effort to come down here and speak to us, because they essentially drove halfway across the county because, we're kind of way out there. So again, I really appreciate them doing that. And I want to remind them that this is second reading. And so this conversation can still continue. By all means, I'm available to continue that conversation. And so with that, I renew my motion.
Okay. There is a consolidated motion to approve on second reading BL 2023-56 and BL 2023-57. It was properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion to approve on second reading? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this moves on to these two bills move on to their third reading. Okay, Mr. Rutherford, it's back to you. This is agenda item 4, BL 2023-58. This is regarding changing the specific plan related to these same bills for public hearing. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, and I move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. Oh, Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Vice Mayor. Could we just have a brief explanation on why you're getting rid of open space, and just so we won't have the first time we get to talk about it be a third reading at committee meeting?
Okay, Mr. Rutherford, back to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure I caught that question.
If I understand this one correctly, it removes open space from the SP. I was just wondering why we're removing the open space.
I think that would be better directed to the planning table for, they would be able to explain that a little better detail than I would.
Okay, Ms. Milligan for the Planning Department, can you clarify the portion of the caption that indicates it's removing 1.45 acres of open space from the SP, please, ma'am?
Sure. So there is an existing SP, and then there is new property, roughly 30 acres, being rezoned to SP. They abut each other. The existing SP, 1.45 acres of the open space is being shifted over into the new SP. The new SP also includes additional open space. So because it's the same developer between the two, and so there's a sort of a shifting of land from one to the other, and then additional open space being added as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Milligan. Is there any other discussion or questions on BL 2023-58, the motion to approve on second reading? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has also passed second reading. Okay, Mr. Rutherford, last among these, agenda item 5, BL 2023-59. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17. This is changing the from SP to R40 zoning for the property located at 6397 Pettis Road. It's back to you, sir.
Move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Bill 59, BL 2023-59? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is also passed second reading. Okay. All right, next on our agenda is item 6, BL 2024-255, sponsors Hancock, Webb, and Ellis. This is an ordinance amending section 17.40.72 of the Metropolitan Code to require mailed notice to all affected property owners of R, RA, RS, RSA parcels when a change to the zoning code results in an increase or decrease in the number of allowed dwelling units on affected parcels. Sponsor Hancock, you are recognized.
Withdraw.
Thank you, Ms. Hancock. The bill is withdrawn. Okay, next is Agenda Item 7, BL 2024-423, sponsor Ewing. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, changing from OR 20 to MULA zoning for the property located at 4107 Hillsborough Circle, approximately 150 feet southwest of Hillsborough Drive. This is 0.17 acres located within the Green Hills Urban Design Overlay. Ms. Ewing, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you both. Would all members in the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those in support seek to speak? Okay, Ms. Ewing, they are shaking their head no. So seeing no one here in opposition, I will declare the public hearing closed. And so it's back to you, Ms. Ewing, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this legislation on second reading? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed to second reading and moves on to third and final reading. Okay, next are agenda items 8, 9, and 10. All of which for purposes of public hearing can be taken together. These are regarding the redevelopment of the Global Mall area, formerly known as the Hickory Hollow Mall area. And just for the record, I will read these. First is BL 2024-448, sponsors Stiles and Ellis. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from SCR to SP zoning for properties located at 5244, 5246, 5252, 5260 Hickory Hollow Parkway, 927 Bell Road, 5178, 5234 Mount View Road, and Mount View Road unnumbered at the western corner of Mount View Road and Rural Hill Road. This is 57.22 acres and partially within the planned unit development district to permit mixed-use development, all of which is described herein. Again, sponsor Stiles. Next is BL 2024-449. This is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2024-448 with all that same information and same addresses. And then lastly, agenda item 10, BL 2024-450, also sponsor Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by canceling a portion of the planned unit development overlay district located at 5244 Hickory Hollow Parkway, approximately 960 feet northwest of Bell Road, 17.69 acres described herein. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
It's a lot.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for these three bills. Would all members of the public here in support of these three bills please raise your hand? Okay, thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to speak? Okay. Okay, so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it is back to you, Ms. Stiles. I believe, Ms. Darby, will we need to take these separately? Okay, 8 and 9 can be a consolidated motion. That's BL 2024-448 and 449 if you so wish it, but 450 will have to be taken separately, Ms. Stiles.
Not a problem. We could move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so Ms. Stiles has moved approval of Bills 448 and 449 together. Is there a second? Okay, it's back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues' approval of these bills. This moves the former Global Mall, Hickory Hollow Mall, forward into the future, and we finally get to implement all the plans that we came up with and announced back in August of 2023. So I'm very excited. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to approve both these bills, properly seconded. You've heard an explanation from the sponsor. Is there any discussion on these two bills on second reading? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these bills have passed second reading. Ms. Stiles, on agenda item 10 now, ma'am, you're recognized. BL 2024-450.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, actually, we
Or can you
had a
just go ahead?
consolidated public
Oh,
hearing,
cool.
so
So
we're
let's
just
move for
looking for
approval.
a separate motion for approval. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this third bill among these global mall bills? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approval on second reading, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading. Okay. Next is agenda item 11, BL 2024-451, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, changing from RS 15 to RS 7.5 zoning for property located at 3740 Hydes Ferry Road, approximately 220 feet southeast of Emerald Drive. This is 0.67 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I request to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, I see one person in opposition. Does the person in opposition seek to speak? Okay. With no one else seeking to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you for a motion on your bill, Ms. Kimbrough.
Move for approval.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of approval on second reading, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. That's passed second reading. Next is agenda item 12, BL 2024-452, sponsor Coupon. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by adding the East Bank Sub-District to Chapter 17.37 of the Downtown Code, all of which is described in this legislation. Mr. Coupon, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Does the gentleman in opposition wish to speak? Okay. Come on forward, sir. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Craig Clark. I'm a resident here in District 5, and I'm a practicing architect here in Nashville. First and foremost, I want to express my appreciation to Councilmember Koopman, Councilmember Parker, and everybody involved in the East Bank. I am actually a very strong advocate of the success of East Bank, but I believe we should take the time to get the zoning correct for the downtown code sub-district. And I think we have that time available to us. The first thing I believe is right now the stair stepping of our development is actually at its lowest at the river and at the tallest closest to East Nashville. And in my participation through the workshop process, that was actually expressed to be the exact opposite. We were supposed to be embracing East Nashville, not turning our back on it. And so I believe that that zoning subdistrict should basically be flipped to have 20 stories or the lowest density at the interstate and step up so that the skyline is continued rather than creating a canyon and turning its back on East Nashville. The second piece of it is the max floor plate concern within the zoning. I know we want to avoid the big block buildings that we're so used to seeing with our recent surge. But with our mandatory and solid mandatory to bury our parking, I worry that by putting a maximum on our floor plate, we're imposing an FAR restriction that is not in the downtown code otherwise, and I worry about how that impacts pro formas for future developments. The subject district lays the groundwork for not only the first 30 acres of the development, but will set the precedent for future expansions of the subdistrict and subsequent developments on the East Bank. Because we will not have the bonus site available for density bonuses and incentives, we need to ensure that this base zoning is right size for our city. Anything shorter than the La Quinta Inn that is currently on Interstate Drive is a zoning failure. Please just ask for a deferral to work through these issues. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else here seeking to speak? Okay, with that then, seeing no one, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the comments from the members of the public on this. I know we've kind of looked extensively and done some engagement sessions around this, and overall folks are relatively supportive. And also this sub-district just overlays the 30 acres of the Fallon development area. So if there are concerns that we need to look at from floor area ratios and things like that, there's plenty of time. I've clarified for folks that this is not the entirety of the East Bank. There's a small section that's being rezoned, but certainly something that we'll continue to take into consideration. It's important for me to have public engagement. I know we did have a session in downtown Nashville as well as on the East Bank for review and discussion, and so we'll continue to engage members of the public, but I ask my colleagues to support this measure.
Okay, you've heard a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded, and an explanation from sponsor Coupin. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is past second reading. Next is Agenda Item 13, BL 2024-453, sponsor Welsh, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 310 Joyner Avenue, approximately 415 feet east of Nolensville Pike. This is 0.21 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no hands on either side, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember Welsh, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading. Next is Agenda Item 14, sponsor Gamble, BL 2024-454. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by amending a portion of a specific plan and changing from R10 to SP for properties located at 251 and 253 Nesbitt Lane, near the southeast corner of Heritage Glen Drive and Nesbitt Lane, to add 1.28 acres to the SP boundary to permit 24 additional multifamily residential units on 11.16 acres. Chair Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are we able to also take the associated Bill 455?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Thank you for the reminder there. That was one that I had missed. Okay. And so just for the record, we will take up for purposes of public hearing at the same time the companion bill, which is BL 2024-455, which is related to materials restrictions on all that same property in the other bill. So yes, ma'am, we can take both of those.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing on these two bills open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills, please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills, please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those in support seek to be recognized? So yes, you would like to be recognized, or no, you're okay not to speak? Yeah, please come on forward then, sir. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss this project. This project is a desperately needed investment into an area heavily impacted, and sadly so, by the tornadoes. And we're excited to be able to add housing to this area. This has been a collaboration between Councilor Gamble, the community, and Legacy South, a strong local builder, providing for sale housing here in Nashville. So essentially what's happening is there was a previous SP for 251 Nesbitt, which would have been apartments, retail, and a handful of for sale townhomes, maybe not. What we've done is we've modified that existing SP to all for sale housing, done away with the apartments, done away with the retail, and then we're incorporating 253, which is a corner property, into the development. The implications of this has been additional acreage than the originally approved SP, fewer units, and all for sale. Like I say, eliminating the apartments and eliminating the retail. So this has reduced neighborhood traffic. It's provided enhanced sale and ownership opportunities for people in the area. And then also we're proud to say that because of 3 distinct product types that will exist throughout the project, there will be stratified price points as well. So we're hopeful that between 2 different concepts of townhomes and detached cottages as well, it will provide for a diverse community that will allow multiple price points and different buyers. And the final result will be a wonderful eclectic collection of all for sale product. And we're really excited about bringing this to the area. So thank you for your time. And thank you, Councilor Gamble, for your support. Have a great night.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else here seeking to be recognized regarding these two bills, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Chair Gamble, for a motion on your bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to thank Patricio and the Legacy South folks for their thoughtfulness in this development project. We held 2 in-person community meetings, and there was broad support for this project, and we're looking forward to bringing much-needed housing to this particular area. So with that, I ask for approval.
Okay. Ms. Gamble has moved approval of bills 454 and 455 on second reading, properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these two bills have passed second reading. Next is agenda item 16, BL 2024-456, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1811 Manchester Avenue, approximately 420 feet northeast of Hydes Ferry Road. This is 0.46 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill, please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Kimbrough, for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, your bill has passed second reading, Ms. Kimbrough.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 17, ordinance BL 2024-457, sponsor Coupon, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from MUI to DTC zoning for properties located at 501 600 South First Street and 109 and 501 South Second Street, 115 Woodland Street, 20 Victory Avenue unnumbered, and a portion of 201 Shelby Avenue and 600 South Second Avenue at the northeast and northwest corner of Sylvan Street and South Second Street, and within the East Bank Redevelopment District. This is 30 acres. Mr. Coupon, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in support or opposition, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Mr. Coupon, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval, please.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed second reading. Okay, next, two bills that can be taken together. Sponsor Harrell, agenda items 18 and 19. First among those is ordinance BL 2024-458. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from AR2A and R8 to SP zoning for property located at 6103 Mount View Road at the northwest corner of Hamilton Church Road and Mount View Road. This is 22.18 acres to permit 92 single-family lots. And then BL 2024-459 is pertaining to all that same location and regarding materials restrictions. So it is a companion bill. Mr. Harrell, Vice Chair, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We open public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing on both these bills open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay, gentlemen. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Let's see. So, will persons wishing to speak in support then of this bill please come forward to the podium, and persons in opposition will speak after those speaking in support. You're recognized, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, council. My name is Casey Keister. I'm with Meritage Homes. We're really excited about this project. Provides additional much-needed housing to the Nashville market. It's in line with the community character manual for future use and development in this area. We've worked diligently with NDOT through multimodal transportation analysis, complying with everything shown in that, as well as working with the councilman and NDOT staff on some additional traffic calming measures to address some neighborhood concerns. We worked diligently with planning staff through the process, got their support as well as a unanimous approval from Planning Commission. We've worked diligently with the councilman through neighborhood meetings and communication throughout the entire process here. We believe it's a high quality project. We're excited to contribute to the Nashville housing market, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that may arise. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, is anyone else seeking to speak in support? No? Okay. Is anyone here who raised their hand in opposition seeking to be recognized to speak? Does anyone in opposition want to speak? If you would like to speak, please come forward. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you.
I'm a homeowner that lives at 3420 Maple Timber Drive.
Ma'am, if you could stand just a little closer to the mic, please, ma'am, we could hear you better. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for letting me speak. So I'm a homeowner that lives at 3420 Maple Timber Drive in Antioch. I've been there since 2007. And I'm kind of disappointed. This developer has come to the community for twice now. The first time he came, he presented his plan. The neighborhood had several concerns, and the plan essentially, in my opinion, is the same. There are some concessions that were made. We've been working with Councilman Harrell, and I do appreciate his support. However, we've got serious problems in our neighborhood. One is traffic. We have a lot of issues with speeding in the neighborhood. We have people that do donuts, my understanding that they want to do speed tables. However, we've got other adjacent neighborhoods that have speed tables, and that doesn't help. So I'm actually on the street where they want to connect the development to our street. There's a lot of families, a lot of young kids that play. I've seen kids almost get hit by cars. And another thing that we have an issue with is a lot of traffic on Hamilton Church Road and Mount View Road. It's my understanding there's going to be additional maybe turning lanes that will help. But the problem is you can sit at that light for up to 20 minutes. And that's during different times of day, not even just during peak hours with school hours. It can be any time of day. You're sitting there for 20 minutes, and this developer wants to add 92 plus homes. The quality of homes, in my opinion, can be improved. The length of the driveway, you can only really allow for 2 cars when he gave us the dimensions, which clutters the neighborhood. There's a lot of things that I wish can be better reviewed and better talked through with the community. And I just wanted to say, too, I know that there's members of our community here, but I'd say probably 85 to 90% did not approve of this development twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Benita Payne, and I did not prepare a speech, but however, I am a native of Nashville. I have lived in the Antioch community for the majority of my life, so I grew up in that area. I am now a homeowner in that area. I live on the corner of Apple Orchard Trail and Mount View, so I'm really not even a full block from where this development is going to take place. I am very concerned about the traffic as there are other projects that are being built and developed at the same time, which really poses a risk. It's a safety risk. I can't get out of my driveway, let alone onto the main street. My subdivision is only a one-way entry. Therefore, there's no sidewalks. That's another safety concern. And again, just to attest to what my neighbor said, there's a long line of traffic that builds up every day. This is in the morning, going to Thomas Edison. I work from home, so I'm watching all of this as it occurs. And in the evening, there's a long line of traffic. So I did not get to see the development plan, but I will be doing some more investigating, as I do plan to be very vocal because it is creating problems for my property. I am sustaining cracks in my foundation. I've been in my home for 10 years, and none of this happened until they started all this additional building in this area. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Sir, do you seek to speak on this project? Okay, go ahead. Come on forward, please.
Hey, how you doing today? My name is Daryl Polnis. I live at 3420 Maple Timber Drive, where they're trying to connect that. My concerns are dealing with, they have a pond, wet life. Flooding is sort of an issue right now because they did a development probably about 3 or 4 blocks away. When it rains, it floods the street where the lady there lives on. It's just like traffic's going through there. I know eventually you need to develop the area though, but try to put something that's more reasonable, like, because I know traffic is going to be crazy going there back and forth. Is there any way that they can put, like, in emergency, they can open that exit up and then close it like that? Because right now, they're just going to use it as a cut through to go faster. I don't see any flooding. Like, if you look at my backyard, it's adjacent to that. When it floods, it go directly the direction where the ponds go. It's an incline, it's a decline. So it go down at least about, my property probably sit 10 feet. They probably about below level wise. I haven't seen any studies like that, but my concerns will be flooding and just the kids outside playing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember Harrell, Vice Chair, for a motion on your bills. And you can take these together in a consolidated motion.
So first and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone who came out. I do hear your concerns, and we have been continuously working on these concerns. And so one of my constituencies said about 85% people have opposed. Well, that is not the percentage that I have. I've spoken to people who have emailed me and said, hey, Deontay, I have this concern. And then once I say, hey, this is what we're doing to mitigate these issues, they have been in the affirmative or approving the plan. So now what I will say, I think that they're right. We have a lot of opportunities in our district. However, the things that when I ran for office and people said, hey, we need sidewalks, we need this intersection addressed. This developer, some of the things that they're doing in addition to their development, they are addressing some of these issues.
Mr. Harrell, I do apologize, sir. I'm just going to interject for 1 minute. We need a motion. So if you would make the motion, and then you can kind of contextualize it with what you're saying. So if you would make the motion first, please, sir, and then I'll let you continue
I
speaking.
would like to make a motion to move for approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, please continue, sir. We just need to have it before us. Yep.
I apologize.
worries.
So I've spoken to many people, and I've had about 4 different engagements around this particular development. And I do understand that the concerns that we have, but I think that we also have to look at it with the things that are coming with this. And I'm open to continuing these conversations with the developer. I can list a few things that issues that we had. You know, there was issues with the tree line. The developers, they agreed to not remove the tree line to keep that barrier there. There has been issues in regards to traffic on Lake Town Drive, if I'm not mistaken. It may be road. But the developer has agreed to go into that community and add traffic calming or to work with NDOT to see what that looks like. In addition to the Planning Commission, they've also, with the stipulations of approval, they have to add traffic calming within that community. We talked about the flooding. So I've met with Steve Mishu within Metro Water just to address these concerns, and everything are aligned with what this development should look like in regards to Nashville Next, our T3 evolving communities. We've done a lot of legwork, and I understand the community's concern, but I would hate for us to not to vote down this in the and turn down the resources of the things, the benefits that we will receive in the community. You know, some of these things we've heard, like time and time again, people say they want sidewalks. We want these things changed, and we're getting this stuff in this particular area. So I move to for approval.
Okay. Mr. Harrell made a motion to approve 458 and its companion bill 459. Made that motion previously, and it has already been seconded. You've heard an explanation for him regarding the approval. Is there any discussion on this bill on second of 3 readings? Okay. Ms. Ellis, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to, is there a way to get an understanding from planning the traffic calming aspect that the council member has asked for? Is that a part of the bill that's being put forth? Has that already been applied?
Mr. Sponsor Harrell, can you speak to that?
Absolutely, I can speak to it. So the Planning Commission, they moved with approval with traffic calming being added to the new development, where my conversation with the developer is that they would add traffic calming to Lake Town, the road that connects to that, which seems to be a cutoff currently.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Ellis? And then Vice Chair Harrell, we always like to share with the community that some of those minor adjustments of zoning legislation can be amended on third reading if necessary. So that's worth sharing with community members sometimes. So, yep,
Absolutely. And
yep.
I'm open to continue working with the community as we move through this.
Okay, sir. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, Ms. Ellis, are you seeking to be recognized again? No, I think the queue just is not cleared. Okay, no worries. You're clear. I just want to make sure I want to see if you want to speak again. Okay. Alrighty. So there's a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, these two bills, companion bills, have passed the second of three readings. Okay, next is agenda item 20, BL 2024-460, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS5 to OR20 ANS zoning for property located at 201 Ludi Street at the southwest corner of Foster Avenue and Ludi Street, 0.2 acres. Ms. Welsh, you are recognized, Councilmember.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Seeing none, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in support or opposition, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember, for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, move to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, that has also passed second reading. Next is agenda item 21, ordinance BL 2024-461, sponsor Vo. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from CS to MULANS zoning for property located at 924 8th Avenue South, approximately 142 feet north of Archer Street. This is 0.44 acres. Councilmember Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open up the hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized? Okay, he is shaking his head no, and so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Vo, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor of approval on second reading, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading. Next is agenda item 22, ordinance BL 2024-462, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, changing from RS15 to R15 zoning for property located at 4019 Meadow Road, approximately 298 feet south of Cedar Circle. This is 0.39 acres. And it's back to you, Ms. Kimbrough.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open,
Yeah.
requesting public,
Got it.
thank
I
you.
declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Okay, seeing none. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in support or opposition, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, yep, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is passed second reading. Next is agenda item 23. Sponsor Benedict. Is Miss Benedict in the room? Okay, I'm going to read the caption slowly. Ordinance BL 2024-463 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS 7.5 to RS 3.75 zoning for a portion of property located at 1245 Kenmore Place at the current terminus of Lovejoy Court. This is 0.68 acres, all of which is described herein. Okay, we will move it to the heel because no one is coming through that door. Okay. Is that proper? Yes. Mr. Clerk, could you sign on Ms. Evans Siegel, please, as a co-sponsor for this legislation? Thank you, Ms. Evans Siegel. Go ahead, ma'am.
Forgive my rustiness on this.
You would like to
I
open the
would
public
like to
hearing?
open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized? Okay. He's shaking his head no, Ms. Evans Siegel. So with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this co-sponsored bill.
I would move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion to approve? Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed second reading. Okay, next is agenda item 24, ordinance BL 2024-464, sponsor Hancock. Ms. Hancock, this is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for property located at 1204 Sylvia Drive, approximately 100 feet east of Palmer Avenue. This is 0.2 acres. Ms. Hancock? Okay, I hear you. I forgot to make your mic hot. Thank you. I declare the public hearing open.
Thank you.
Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing none, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in support or opposition, Ms. Hancock, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed second reading. Agenda item 25, ordinance BL 2024-465, sponsor Prep T. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS 20 to R20 zoning for property located at 1306 Belmont Park Court at the terminus of Belmont Park Court. This is 2.2 acres. Mr. Prep T, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you, ma'am. Would all members here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentlewoman in support seek to speak? Okay, she's shaking her head no. So with that, Councilman Prep T, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, Mr. Prepty, this has passed the second reading. Okay, two more bills left on public hearing. Let's see. Next is 26. This is ordinance BL 2024-466. Sponsors Stiles, Sepulveda, Swara, Ellis, and Benton. This is an ordinance approving 3 option agreements authorizing the purchase of properties for a new elementary school in Antioch, Tennessee. Ms. Stiles, I'm coming to you first to request a committee report, I believe.
Committee report then.
Is that
Vice
correct?
Mayor.
Or we public hearing first and then committee report?
Either way, but there were 2 committee reports.
Okay, there are 2 committee reports, ma'am, so we can do that after. We can open the public hearing first.
Fantastic.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here here in support of the bill? If you would, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you, Ms. Mays. Okay. Is there anyone here, a member of the public, in opposition to this bill? Please raise your hand. Okay. Ms. Stiles, seeing no one here in opposition, do those in support seek to speak? You would like to speak?
Yes, one person.
Okay.
Would like to speak.
School Board Member Mays, you're recognized. It's okay. All good. You're good.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Mays, and I currently serve as the District 6 School Board Member representing the Antioch and Cane Ridge clusters. I'm here to speak in support of BL 2024-466, ordinance approving the 3 option agreements authorizing the purchase of properties for a new elementary school in Antioch, Tennessee. Southeastern Davidson County and the Antioch High School cluster represent the fastest growing enrollment in Metro Nashville public schools, particularly in elementary school enrollment. The current capacity for elementary schools in the Antioch cluster is 4,119 seats across 6 schools. And if you're doing the quick math, that's 686 students per school. 2024 school enrollment for elementary schools in the cluster is projected to be 4,743, placing the cluster at a 115.1% capacity. The range of overutilization in the cluster across the 6 existing schools range from 104% to 132.9% capacity. In 2024, enrollment is projected to increase by 624 students, essentially the enrollment of an entire school. The cluster currently utilizes 41 portable classrooms. To relieve this capacity issue, the proposed new school would add an additional 800 elementary seats to the cluster, coupled with the addition of 200 seats at the new Lakeview Elementary replacement cluster's capacity will increase by 1,000 seats. Due to the growth in Southeast, land is at a true premium. The 3 purchase options representing 7 parcels of property proposed for purchase in the ordinance represent the best location to site a new elementary school. The new elementary school will not only improve the learning environment for our students in the Southeast, but it will also serve as an important catalyst for and needed element in the continued growth of Antioch. I ask for approval of BL 2024-466, and I thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Mays. Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking to speak in support? Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Stiles, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for your committee reports first, please.
Okay, committee reports, please.
Okay. Budget and Finance Chair Porterfield. This is BL 2024-466, Stiles, regarding the new elementary school option agreements in Antioch, Tennessee. For your committee report, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't see a 466. I see a 468.
It's BL 2024-466.
We
Styles.
approved and re-referred back to budget. Let me find that, because 12 in favor, 0 against. What item number is this on the agenda, y'all?
It's 26, agenda item 26.
Oh, yes. My apologies. I was looking at the back of the agenda. Okay, this is on the bill on public hearing. We approve with the re-referral to committees, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. My apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Chair Porterfield. Planning and Zoning Chair Gamble, you are recognized for the committee report on BL 2024-466. Sponsor Styles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee voted in favor, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Was the motion, in fact, an approval with a re-referral on third reading?
Yes, it was. Thank you. It was for re-referral.
Okay. All right. Okay. Having heard the committee reports, now it's back to you, Ms. Stiles, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval and do the re-referral back to committees. That's
Okay, so Ms. Stiles has moved approval on second reading with a re-referral to both the Budget and Finance Committee and the Planning and Zoning Committee on third reading. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading and it will be re-referred to both committees on third reading. Okay, last item on public hearing is agenda item 27, ordinance BL 2024-467, sponsors Spain, Horton, Huffman, and Weiner. This is an ordinance amending section 17.04.060 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to amend the definitions of commercial amusement inside and commercial amusement outside. Mr. Spain, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing none, does the strong cohort here in support, does anyone wish to speak in support? They are nodding their heads no, Mr. Spain. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, sir, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading. Okay. Yes, Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to apologize to those who were here in regards to the bill that I had on public hearing. I had a very important but necessary phone call that took me away from my desk. So thank you to Councilmember Evan Siegel for signing on. And again, thank you to the public who came out.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Benedict. All right, okay. With that, we will conclude the public hearing portion of our agenda, and we're going to roll right into our consolidated consent agenda. Okay, all resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all the committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me so that members of the public have time to see and read the bill captions, which will be displayed on the screen in the chamber, the gallery, on our mezzanine, and at home. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consolidated consent agenda vote is taken. Okay. All right, so the first item on the consent agenda is agenda item 30, resolution 2024-610. Next is agenda item 31, Resolution 2024-611. Agenda item 32, Resolution 2024-612. Agenda item 33, Resolution 2024-613. Agenda item 34, Resolution 2024-614. Agenda item 35, Resolution 2024-615. Agenda item 36, Resolution 2024-616. Agenda item 37, Resolution 2024-617. Agenda item 38, Resolution 2024-618. Agenda item 39, Resolution 2024-619. Agenda item 40, Resolution 2024-620. Agenda item 41, Resolution 2024-621. Agenda item 42, Resolution 2024-622. Agenda item 43, Resolution 2024-623. Agenda item 44, Resolution 2024-624. Agenda item 45, Resolution 2024-625. Agenda item 46, Resolution 2024-626. Agenda item 47, Resolution 2024-627. Agenda item 48, Resolution 2024-628. Agenda item 49, Resolution 2024-629. Agenda item 50, Resolution 2024-630. Agenda item 51, Resolution 2024-631. Agenda item 52, Resolution 2024-632. Agenda item 53, Resolution 2024-633. Agenda item 54, Resolution 2024-634. Agenda item 55, Resolution 2024-635. Agenda item 58, Resolution 2024-638. Agenda item 59, Resolution 2024-639. Agenda item 60, Resolution 2024-640. Agenda item 61, Resolution 2024-641. Agenda item 62, Resolution 2024-642. Agenda item 63, Resolution 2024-643. Agenda item 64, Resolution 2024-644. Okay, moving on to bills on second reading that are proposed for consent. First among those is agenda item 88, Ordinance BL 2024-470. Next is Agenda Item 89, Ordinance BL 2024-471. Agenda Item 91, Ordinance BL 2024-473. Agenda Item 92, Ordinance BL 2024-474. Agenda Item 93, Ordinance BL 2024-475. Okay, and now moving into bills on third reading proposed for the consent agenda. First among those is Agenda Item 99, Ordinance BL 2024-391. Agenda Item 100, Ordinance BL 2024-418. Agenda Item 101, Ordinance BL 2024-419. Agenda Item 102, Ordinance BL 2024-442. Agenda Item 103, Ordinance BL 2024-443. Agenda Item 104, Ordinance BL 2024-444. Agenda Item 105, Ordinance BL 2024-445. Agenda Item 106, Ordinance BL 2024-446. And the last item on third reading proposed for the consent agenda is Agenda Item 107, Ordinance BL 2024-447. Okay. If members are seeking to remove any items from the consent agenda, if you would please join the queue to do so. Mindful that we will be having a late evening. Mr. Clerk, I just lost my queue. Okay, no worries. Okay, here we go. Mr. Kubin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Could you please pull item number 60 off RS 2024-640?
Okay. Let me, sir, get the green pen. Okay. Okay. That has been removed from consent. Okay, next, Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Number 64,
Okay.
Resolution 644.
Agenda Item 64. Will be removed from consent. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Item number 58.
Okay. Agenda Item 58 will also be removed from consent. Pro Tem Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Item number 59, please.
Okay, item number 59 will be removed from consent. Mr. Benton, you're recognized, sir.
I'm sorry. Cancel.
Okay. All righty, so Are any other members seeking to pull items from the consolidated consent agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we will move into committee reports then. Okay, first among those, Budget Chair Porterfield, you are recognized for committee reports for items on consent.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered the following items for the consent agenda. RS 2024-610 was approved, 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Items 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 were, not 616. Items 611, 612, 613, 614, and 615 were all approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 616 was approved, 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 617 was approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 618, 619, 620, and 621 were all approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. 622, 623 were both approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 624 was approved, 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 625, 626, 627, and 628 were all approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 629, 630, 631 were all approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. 635 was approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. My apologies, Vice Mayor, I don't have my normal sheet, so I'm having to kind of pull this together.
No worries. All
And
good.
then I believe that is all that was on consent, or was BL 2024-471, was that on consent? Okay, so that was approved, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair Porterfield. Okay. Next, Chair Stiles for the report of Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment Committee. You have 2 resolutions. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had RS 2024-624 and also RS 2024-625, both passed 5 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you, Chair Stiles. Next is Government Operations and Regulations. Chair Bradford, you're recognized regarding 1 resolution and 1 ordinance, please, sir.
Government Operations, we had RS 2024-614. We approved 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And BL 2024-470, we approved 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. All right. Next, then, to Chair Gamble for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered resolutions RS 2024-613, 615, 616, 617, 618, 632, 633, and 634. Recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Bills on second reading, the committee considered BL 2024-473, 474, 475. Voted in favor, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And bills on third reading, committee considered BL 2024-418 and 419. Voted to approve, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gamble. Okay, next to Public Health and Safety, Chair Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2024-619, 620, 621, 622, 623, and 626. And we recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for each of those items.
Okay, thank you, Chair Evans. Okay, next, for rules, confirmations, and public elections, Chair Sepulveda or perhaps Vice Chair Prep T. It looks like you will have 638, 640, and 644 have been pulled from consent. So if you could give a report on all but those three. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I had turned on Ms. Sepulveda's mic, so go ahead.
More than right, Madam Vice Mayor. Just to get clarification, 638, 640.
40 and 644 were pulled from consent. So I'm looking for your committee report regarding 639, 641, 642, and 643, sir.
The Rules Confirmation and Public Elections Committee considered all of those resolutions, and for each one voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Great. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Prep T. Okay, and last but not least, Chair Sean Parker for Transportation and Infrastructure. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered resolutions RS 2024-611, 628, 629, 630, 632, 633, and 634. Recommended approval of all of those items, 11 in favor, 0 against. And for bills on second reading, we considered BL 2024-473, 474, and 475. Also recommended approval of those items, 11 in favor, 0 against. And with all committee reports being in, I will move the consolidated consent agenda.
Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on our consolidated consent agenda? Seeing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. We have passed all those items on consent. And now we will move to resolutions that were removed from consent. Or that were not on it in the first place. Okay. Okay, first among them. Okay. Agenda item 28, RS 2024-599, sponsors Wiener, Rutherford, and Swara. This is a resolution providing amendments to the charter of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee, in accordance with Article 19, Section 19.01 thereof, and setting forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed upon the ballot. Okay, members, just because this is not something that we do often, we're going to talk through how we're going to do this, okay? The process for deliberation of charter amendments will be different from regular motions to amend a bill and resolution. We will address each charter amendment specifically, and individual proposed amendments to each of the charter amendments. And those proposed amendments will only need a simple majority to pass. Okay, so those proposed amendments, we will likely just do by voice, okay? And then each charter amendment as amended must receive 27 votes in the affirmative, and the resolution itself as amended with the amended, wait for it, charter amendments must also receive 27 votes in the affirmative to pass. Okay, so we really will move through these much like a menu, okay, just for clarity purposes, going through top to bottom, okay? Chair Weiner, Chair of our Charter Revision Committee, you are recognized for your committee report and then a motion to get this resolution before us, after which, Chair, we will then proceed through each charter amendment. If you would like, Chair, for clarity, you can make a motion just to get the resolution before us, and then you can give your committee report as we get to each amendment. If you think that will, I might suggest that. That might help with clarity. Okay, Chair Weiner, you are recognized.
Great, thank you. I think that makes it cleaner, Vice Mayor. So
Yep.
I think that's good. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to request that we move approval of RS 2024-559.
Okay.
And I will provide a committee report for.
Is there a second to get the bill before us? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Okay, so with that, Chair Weiner, first among the proposed amendments is Charter Amendment 1. So I would request your committee report and a motion on that.
Okay, so you want the committee report first?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. So committee, the Charter Revision Committee considered the proposed amendment number 2, and that would be for Charter Amendment number 1. And the committee voted 7 for, 0 against, 0 not voting for that proposed Charter Amendment.
Okay, and can you clarify, Chair Weiner, which among the proposed amendments to Charter Amendment 1 was on the bill per your report? Was it proposed Amendment 2?
It is proposed Amendment 2.
Okay.
For Charter Amendment 1.
Okay. All right. So I know that's a little tricky there. So the key word to be looking for, colleagues, is proposed amendment. So that's sort of the sub-amendment to the major amendment, right? In the major amendment, I will always use the word Charter Amendment 1. The sub-amendment will be the proposed amendment and whatever its number is. Okay, so Ms. Weiner has moved approval of the overarching resolution. Okay, so Ms. Weiner, I think then we need a motion for approval on Charter Amendment 1.
Proposed Amendment 2. Charter.
No, ma'am. I think first, I apologize. Let's get Charter Amendment 1 before us, please. Okay, so the overarching resolution is before us.
I got it. I just
and
jumped
now
ahead.
we'll move into the charter amendments.
That's fine. I just jumped ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So I would like to move Charter Amendment 1, which represents the replacement.
Is there a second for Charter Amendment 1? Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Okay, at this juncture, Chair Weiner, I would suggest that you explain what Charter Amendment 1, and then you can move the committee's preferred proposed amendment to Charter Amendment 1.
Okay. So essentially what this does is just designates an eligible officer within the Department of Finance who would perform the duties of the finance director for a limited time in the absence of the finance director and if the office of the finance director becomes vacant.
Okay, so that's an explanation of Charter Amendment 1 itself. Now that we are on discussion related to that and moving through our proposed amendments, Ms. Weiner, do you seek to move proposed Amendment 2 to Charter Amendment 1?
I do.
Okay. Is there a second to proposed Amendment 2? Properly moved and seconded. And Ms. Weiner, can you please clarify what proposed Amendment 2 does, please?
The only thing that proposed Amendment 2 does is it changed the formatting of the actual verbiage and the document that will be seen in the ballot, and it will clarify 4 specific paragraphs the way it will be presented. Paragraph 1 will be the title of the amendment. Paragraph 2 is a summary of the amendment on the ballot. Paragraph 3 is the text of the amendment for the ballot. And number 4 is the statement of the financial obligation or the financial impact of the amendment. And this was at the recommendation of the Charter Commission.
Okay. So you've heard a description from Chair Weiner of proposed Amendment 2 to Charter Amendment 1. She has made a motion to amend Charter Amendment 1 with proposed Amendment 1, okay? And so, I'm sorry, I apologize, with proposed Amendment 2. I do apologize, because proposed Amendment 2 has replaced Amendment 1, which was not moved. Okay. So we are now on a motion to amend with proposed Amendment 2. And it's been properly seconded, and is there discussion on the motion to amend with proposed Amendment 2? Okay. Seeing none, again, as I shared at the top, this only requires, as a proposed amendment to the Charter Amendment, which is part of the Charter Amendment Resolution, this only requires a majority, a simple majority, so we can do that by voice. All those in favor of proposed Amendment 2, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, so proposed Amendment 2 is on Charter Amendment 1. And so it's back to you, Ms. Weiner, for a motion on Charter Amendment 1 as amended.
I would like to move Charter Amendment 1 as amended.
Is there a second? Okay. So properly moved and properly seconded for Charter Amendment 1, which has been amended by proposed Amendment 2. Okay? So for this Charter Amendment to then go on the resolution, we now need a vote.
We need a committee report, Vice Mayor.
I was thinking that you had provided that at the top when you were discussing.
Yeah, I gave that for the proposed amendment to Charter Amendment 1. This is, now that we've got to vote again, we voted yet again in committee, so we have a different vote.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so go ahead, please, and provide your committee report.
Okay, so Charter Revision considered the amended proposed Amendment 2 to Charter Amendment 1, and we voted 4 in favor, 3 against, 0 not voting to include this amended proposal.
Okay, so you've heard the committee report of Chair Weiner about the Charter the Charter Amendment number 1 as amended by proposed Amendment 2. The committee report was 4 in favor, 3 against, and 4 in favor, 3 against. Okay, so now we are on discussion of this charter amendment regarding the finance director vacancy. Mr. Kapp, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm speaking not, of course, on behalf of the Charter Revision Committee, but as a member of the Charter Revision Committee, and I want to share why I'll be voting against adding this to the ballot. That rationale will apply to all of the proposed amendments for the charter. But I will say that it doesn't represent a waste of the work of the Charter Revision Committee. I'll be seeking to defer the resolution to 2026, and it's for the following reason. We've put unanimously a historic, meaningful, potential giant transformation for Nashville on the ballot already this year in the form of the transit referendum. I think we ought to do what we can in our public communications, in our meetings, in our communications with everyone across town to focus on and campaign for transit. I think it's historic. I think when we pass it, we are going to be entering into a great transformation for Nashville. My concern is not related to voter confusion or voter fatigue. I think voters understand these amendments. It is about how we spend our time between now and November. I intend to spend my time campaigning for transit. I intend to spend my time focused on that, and I don't propose that we divert the limited bandwidth and airtime that we all have on a series of amendments. All of these were workshopped extensively by the committee. This one, it got a lot of attention. I loved being on this committee. We had really great, substantive, meaningful discussions. And I would always go home and say, I love Charter Vision. We don't lose any of our work if we defer this resolution to 2026. All of these proposed amendments are timely for 2026. I'll speak to some of the other, substance of some of the others in a moment, but all of them are things we can and should take up in 2026. Let's give transit its best shot.
Thank you, Mr. Kapp. Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a technical question. I think it's my understanding that the original Charter Amendment 1 just designated the Metro Treasurer to be the follow-up to the Finance Director, and that the Amendment 2 that we just put on there, in addition to the structural changes, also changed it to a slate of 3 officers from which the mayor could choose among. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand what's going on.
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
so that's what we're now talking about is having several people that could be chosen from to succeed the finance director.
Correct,
Okay.
rather than one particular individual or
Great.
specific
Thank you.
individual. Yes?
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure. Mr. Cash, you're recognized, sir.
Thanks. And I am also on the Charter Revision Committee, and I'm going to kind of disagree with what my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Kapp, what his focus is on for the ballot on November. I absolutely am supportive of transit. I think it is very important. I think we are going to arrive in mid-October to Election Day and have had plenty of substantive discussion. I think this council gave the mayor we gave the mayor a unanimous stamp of approval on that being on it being on the ballot. We on the committee, we have spent months having multiple meetings and talking about, and from the very first 15 minutes of the first meeting, we were setting a tone of being cautious about having too many things on the ballot. We went through 3 pages of old amendments and proposed amendments to the proposed charter amendments, and we were always very cautious about not overwhelming the ballot. Never until today did I get the sense that we were going to, or some of us were going to suggest that we just not put any of these charter amendments on the ballot. I think there are 3 before us today. I think 2 of them are good, and the one that we're talking about now, I think is, it's not super simple to understand, but it's not that contentious. I don't think there's going to be a buildup of opposition to it. The next one I think we're going to talk about, I think is fairly straightforward. There are always going to be, whenever we put charter amendments, and remember, we only have 2 times a term to put charter amendments up, and to say that now our only time is going to be in 2026 I worry about ballot fatigue in 2026 if we're going to put everything, all of our charter amendment eggs in a basket for that. I think we should really consider all these amendments and consider sending the resolution to the voters. And I will be voting not for all these amendments, but for some of them, and to send this resolution, to approve this resolution, so we can send at least a couple of serious things to the public to vote on. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Cash. Ms. Swara, on Charter Amendment 1, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise also as a member of the Charter Committee. I do want to say that I agree with Councilmember Cash that a lot is going to be done on the transit referendum. I fully support it. I'll work hard for it. I don't think the charter amendments are going to derail it, in my opinion. However, with this particular amendment, if there's one that I think we can defer, will be this one. And I said that because we had an incident where the finance director left last term, and we were able to work around it and find a workable solution to where it did not disrupt the business of the city. And so if we're trying to limit what we're sending for whatever reason, this is one that I felt like we can take out because I don't think that is that urgent. But overall, I do think as someone that work on the committee that we do not take all of it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem. Mr. Rutherford, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do recall that we passed transit overwhelmingly to be placed on the ballot. And the mayor expressed his appreciation to us for doing that. I don't recall the mayor sending a memo or asking us in any way to drop everything else that we are doing on behalf of Metro to focus solely on transit. So I think that's a little short-sighted to think that our voters can't handle that. And so I'm in support of this amendment, and I'll be in support of other amendments as well as we move forward. But I think if the mayor's office has something to say on that, I'd like to hear from them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Nash, you are recognized on Charter Amendment 1, please, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Nash.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think to honor the work of the Charter Revision Committee, we can pass the individual amendments. And then for those who think we need to kind of defer things till 2026, we can just defer the whole resolution, which kind of a win-win for those folks who are worried about all the work that the committee has done, and I think we need to honor it.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Mr. Horton, are you seeking to speak on Charter Amendment 1? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Nash. I think the cleanest way to handle this is to put each of the charter amendments on the bill, and then we can make a clean decision whether we would like to pass all of them or defer all of them or take a different action. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Weiner, it's back to you on Charter Amendment 1.
Thank you. I would just like to share in closing a quick synopsis of thanks to the committee. Yes, it was a lot of work. Insofar as this particular amendment, I believe that Councilmember Nash is hit the nail on the head. The work of this body will not go to waste if we are able to approve those that we want to move forward and then simply choose whether or not we want to defer those to either date certain or, 2026. And so that work is not going to go to waste. And I would hate if anybody chose to make their decision based on the concern that the work would be wasted. So I wanted to be able to share that.
Okay.
With that, I would like to move approval.
Okay, so Chair Weiner has renewed her motion for approval of Charter Amendment 1 as amended with proposed Amendment 2, again, to go on the main resolution. Seeing no additional discussion, Mr. Clerk, we need to be on the boards. This requires 27 votes to pass. Then it goes on the resolution, then we continue through the charter amendments. The amendment itself, it's basically an omnibus, guys, so that'll be at the end, okay? Mr. Clerk, open the machines. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, so this passes. So that means that Charter Amendment 1 is now on the Charter Amendment resolution, okay? Moving next then to Charter Amendment 2 regarding the fire department employment. Chair Weiner, to you, please.
I would like to withdraw.
So done. Okay, so that has been withdrawn. Okay, next then, Chair Weiner, is Charter Amendment 3. The sponsor is Mr. Rutherford regarding a qualified voter. So if you would then first move approval of Charter Amendment 3 to get it before us. And then we will move into discussion of the proposed amendments. You can go ahead and provide your committee report for Charter Amendment 3.
Vice Mayor, with your permission, I'm happy to provide the committee report, but I would like Mr. Rutherford to have the opportunity to move this particular proposed amendment.
To move the amendment, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to move for approval and provide a committee report.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve Charter Amendment 3 for purposes of discussion. Is there a second? Okay, so Charter Amendment 3 is properly before us. Will you please, Chair, provide a committee report of the proposed amendments and the amendment itself, please? Amendment 3.
Great, thank you, happy to. So Charter Revision Committee considered the proposed amendment and voted 5-4, 2 against, no one not voting for the proposed amendment to the charter amendment.
Pardon? Okay, so you are speaking about proposed amendment 3. Okay, so there is a proposed amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3. And Charter Amendment 3 is before us for purposes of discussion.
Did I say 1? I meant 3, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And so could you then clarify the vote for proposed Amendment 3, the report on that?
Absolutely. So the vote for the proposed Amendment 3, is 5-4, 2
5
against?
in favor. Let's clarify, 5 in favor.
5
Don't
in
say
favor.
the word 4.
All right.
Yeah.
5 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 not voting.
Got it, okay. And then for the Charter Amendment 3 as amended with proposed Amendment 3, the vote was?
It was 2 in favor, 5 opposed, 0 not voting.
Okay, so we've got the committee report of all the matters related to Charter Amendment 3, which is properly before us now for discussion. And so we are moving then to proposed Amendment 3. Ms. Weiner, has suggested recognizing Mr. Rutherford, who has made this proposed charter amendment. You're recognized, sir, for an explanation of proposed amendment 3.
We need a motion on the amendment as amended, right?
You need to move a proposed amendment 3.
Okay, then I move a proposed amendment 3.
Okay, is there a second for proposed amendment 3? Okay, so now proposed amendment 3 to charter amendment 3 is before us, Mr. Rutherford. And so you are recognized to speak on the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of council. The Charter Revision Committee put a lot of discussion and debate into this, as did the Charter Revision Commission as well. And I would note that the Charter Revision Commission voted on this, given it unanimous support to move forward. The idea overall for lowering the voting age for serving on Metro Council it came to me from the National League of Cities conference in Atlanta last November when I met a young man who was a council member from the state of Indiana. And he was 23 years old and very accomplished in serving near the end of his first term. So he was elected at about 19, getting ready to run for re-election to a second term. So I started looking into this. His own city had a 18 voting age, or voting age for running for office. And other cities, as you'll see in a message that I had left upon the desk and also put on Council Connect, that there are a number of cities around the country that have a lower voting or lower age for serving on their legislative bodies than we do. We have one of the most stringent minimums of any city in the country at 25. I also think that it's worth pointing out that the Tennessee House of Representatives has a minimum age of 21, so we're actually more stringent than they are. There's a point in your life when you're between 21 and 25 when you're eligible to run for state representative, but you're not eligible to run for Metro Council. That's always been kind of hard for me to wrap my head around when I think about it. But we've heard from speakers that came to us to speak to us tonight. They came to committee as well. In a previous meeting, the CLC's Vonna McDaniel spoke on this as well in support. So this has a wide varying support for lowering the voting age, or the age for serving on council. I think that there's a lot of things to consider here. The state of Tennessee, in state law, it's for serving in elective office is 18, so the state allows it. We're not in any issue in relation to state law. And the folks that come before us during times of public hearing, the young people that come before us are just very, they are very encouraging. They're very brave to come and talk to us. And I think that they should be eligible, as anyone else is, to serve in elective office. And so I'd ask your consideration of this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rutherford. So you've heard a description and discussion along the larger amendment, Charter Amendment 3. What is presently before us is a motion to amend with proposed Amendment 3. And so for discussion on that, Mr. Prepti, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. First and foremost, allow me to say that, well, I'm rising in opposition to this amendment. First, I want to say is that I agree with my honorable colleague that we have a plethora of young talent in this city that needs to be fostered, that should have a say in the ability to serve in this body and to affect change within their community. That is the purpose of Metro Council. That is why it exists. I 100% support the intent behind this legislation or behind this amendment. However, I cannot support it as it is currently written. Specifically, the language within this proposed amendment provides a pathway for entities outside of our institution of Metro Council, outside of our electorate, to be able to dictate to Nashville and Davidson County who can serve in this body. So we have to make sure that we are preserving the ability of our citizens, of this body, to be the determinant of who can serve our community. So specifically for that reason, the language as it relates to the Tennessee Code Annotated provides me deep concern about the ability of other institutions to be able to have an undue influence against Metro Council. And so it's for that reason that I'm rising in opposition to this specific amendment as it is currently written. Again, I think this is something that we absolutely should bring to the voters. I think the voters are the ones who should determine who they are able to elect and who was able to run. And I want to make sure that the way in which we are doing that does not then create a pathway for other institutions to prevent or to dictate to Nashville and Davidson County. So it's for those reasons why I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prepty. Ms. Evans Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a great amendment insofar as I think if you can vote, you can serve. If you can serve in the military, you can serve on this council. There are different ways to serve, and I think that we should allow people, once they reach the age of majority, to do so. I think to echo my colleagues' concerns on a micro level, whereas his were macro, I remain concerned about the language of this bill. I remain concerned that we are using the term eligible voter.
Of the amendment?
Of the
Of the proposed
yes,
amendment?
of the
Okay,
proposed
yep.
amendment with a qualified voter, because that limits those with prior felony convictions from serving on this body, and I would not want to do anything to prevent that perspective from serving on this body. I think there was always an assumption that under Tennessee law that would limit anyone from serving in any office in Tennessee, though with recent comments by Attorney General Scobey with respect to former President Donald Trump, I think that is now an open question. And I don't want to put anything in the charter that is going to restrict people from different life experiences from being able to serve in this body.
Thank you. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I do appreciate Councilmember Rutherford as well as my co-chair on the Veterans Caucus for bringing this forward. I know you put a lot of thought into it. Would like to clarify, however, some comments we heard in public hearing as well as on the floor about the military in particular. When you join the military at the age of 18, you're not in charge of 700,000 constituents or 20,000 if you're running district. You're not helping 20,000 constituents. You're not writing laws. When you join the military at the age of 18, you're taking orders. You're not in charge of a budget. You don't get a vote on a budget when you join the military at the age of 18. Officers are typically 22 years of age at a minimum. My husband actually joined the military at the age of 33 years old to become a officer, and actually had to get an age waiver to do so because then he would have been too old. So if we're talking age discrimination, it can hit both ways. But you're normally not put in charge of a $3.1 billion budget as an officer either. You usually don't have a budget till you've had several years of experience, maybe up to the age of 25. And someone with a $3.1 billion budget would typically be a general officer, so decades of experience in the military. So I just wanted to clarify that while we all do have the right to serve, we don't always have such a large responsibility, so we do need to take that seriously. There are so many cities in this country that are similar to us in size that do still have this age requirement of 25. Denver, Honolulu, St. Louis, Baltimore, Colorado Springs, Columbus, Glendale, Kansas City, Omaha, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and more. There's also several cities that do have the age of 21, similar to the state House minimum of 21. Louisville, Kentucky, Oklahoma Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Aurora, Colorado, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Chattanooga, Tennessee. So I think that while I would consider a different age when we vote on so many regulations and government operations concerning beer permits and things like that, maybe 21 is the way to go. We do need to trust the voter. That is true. They elected us to represent the communities we serve. And every single one of the emails and phone calls I've gotten since this legislation has been pronounced told me, please vote against this. Do not vote for age of 18. So while I do hear some people say put it on the ballot and maybe we could lobby more people across Nashville in certain areas to vote for it, I still need to represent my constituents. And so I'm going to vote no on this one.
Okay. Mr. Cap, it's to you. Again, this is on proposed Amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3.
Thank you,
Go
Vice
ahead,
Mayor.
sir.
And colleagues, I'll incorporate my previous remarks into this one without repeating them. But as to the substance of this particular amendment, I want to be as clear as I can and say that I support lowering the age for participation in council, for doing council service. Moreover, I support doing that before the next general metropolitan election, which is in 2027. Regrettably, the amendment before us is not a direct and clean way of achieving that goal. The way to do that would be to take the number 25 and change it to a different number, 21 or 18, whatever this body would negotiate, I think, in that process. What is before us, regrettably, is a substitution of the age requirement in the charter for the language of qualified voter. Qualified voter is a legal term that's defined by statute by the General Assembly. At a time when we as a city have been striving really mightily and I think quite successfully at determining the meaning of our own charter, when the state has at times directly tried to intervene and change the meaning of our charter, when we have worked hard and had a lot of success in vindicating our charter, I think it'd be a mistake to invite the direct and unmediated control by the General Assembly of a provision in our charter. They could change that by statute, and we would have to amend our charter, and it's much harder for us to amend our charter than it is for them to change a statute. And so I think that this is something that we should consider in 2026. I will personally support lowering the age in 2026. It's timely. It's in time for the next election. And so I am going to be voting against adding this to the resolution for the reason of the way it's worded. I think it invites a lot of mischief. And I will also be moving to defer the overall resolution to date certain in 2026 so that we can take this work back up and make it effective for the people of Nashville.
Thank you, Mr. Cap. Mr. Coupin on the proposed Amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3 regarding the qualified voter language.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to kind of share the sentiment I think that's been shared around, that I'm in support of the intention of this. I think that we're not putting 18-year-olds into the council. We are allowing people that can vote and people that can serve our country the opportunity to make their case to the voters, right, as we've all done. And the voters would decide if that person was qualified or not for public service. So I think it's an important effort. I do share the concern of using the term qualified voter. I was not on the committee. I was not deep in those discussions. That's something that kind of came onto my radar in the last 24 hours as I've dove into kind of the committee and what we're doing here. But I do share that concern that we're anchoring it to a state statute and there could be problems there. And then I also share the sentiment as well that we should get this passed before the 2027 election, but we have another opportunity to do so. The election is less than 90 days away. And so, transit, we've had almost a year to educate our constituents and get feedback and understand what our districts want. I know that I can speak personally. I wouldn't have the civic bandwidth to both finish the advocacy on transit and open up new advocacy. I know I would get questions about this ballot initiative and I'd want to give it the best shot. So for folks that are supportive of it, I don't think at this point a 90-day turn is going to give it the best shot to pass. So I would hate to see it go on and then fail due to lack of effort. I'm not saying that we can't do it. We're a very capable body and very capable institution, but I'd rather see a lead up that would give it its fair shot. So I'm supportive of the initiative overall. I vote to put it on the bill overall, but I'd be supportive of focusing on the 2026 effort. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Benedict on proposed Amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I rise, I want our youth to be engaged. I think the average age of this council is probably above 45. No offense to my colleagues. I know there's some folks that are under there. I know there's some folks that are over there. I'm over that amount. But I think, you know, old people have been running this country for too long, and I'm not suggesting 45 is old. I've really put my foot in the mouth. I'm not going to convince you to do anything now, right? Right. So we need to bring youth into the equation. We talk about we want younger people to vote, but then we don't give them a seat at the table. It's time for us to give them a seat at the table. The challenge that we have with this bill has been articulated by smarter people than me on this body, which is that the qualified voter language is problematic. We've got to correct that, and we can get this right in 2026, but we have got to, and I believe 2026 will be fine because we'll be heading into another election cycle for this body in 2027. And if we can get this on the ballot and it passes, we still will be within a cycle where the next group hopefully can be 18. I want young people engaged with their government. I want the average age of this body to be 25, not 45. They deserve a voice. They deserve a seat at the table. We need to engage them. This just isn't the right time. This isn't the right language. So with that, I'm not going to be able to support it tonight.
Okay, Ms. Benedict. Okay, Mr. Bradford, are you seeking to be recognized on proposed Amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3? So remember, colleagues, there will or can be additional discussion on the Charter Amendment itself. Let's try to confine the discussion to the proposed amendment, please. Go ahead, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm rising in support of this. I believe that we should be allowing everyone who's eligible to vote to also be a part of this body to make the laws that affect everyone. I've heard a lot of people saying they support the intent of this, but one of the other underlying messages I've been hearing is, but they need to wait. And I know a lot of our young people, they hear that all the time, is you need to wait your turn. I think now is the time we raise up our youth who are active and engaged and give them the opportunity to sit on this body that makes the laws that impact them the most. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and let's get this on the ballot for November. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Suara. Okay, and just if I may please again clarify for members, I understand that sometimes in expressing your support for or against the proposed amendment regarding the qualified voter language, you are contextualizing that in the larger charter amendment, and that is fair. But for purposes of moving the discussion along, let's please try to confine the discussion to the proposed amendment, because we are going to do a vote on that by voice to put that amendment on. Then we will be on the charter amendment as amended or not amended, okay? So there's another step here. So go ahead, Pro Tem Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to try to stay within that confines, try in the operative word here. But I wanted to rise in support of the proposed amendment for reasons that have been highlighted. I think that as somebody who's always talking about involving kids and involving the youth voices, I cannot see myself voting against something that allows them to do that. I wanted to speak to the notion that 18-year-old cannot pass a $3.1 billion budget. None of us is responsible for a $3.1 billion budget. We're just 1 out of 40 people. And so when they do come in, they'll be working with others. It's a diversity of thought, diversity of opinion, diversity of ideas. And so 18-year-old will bring theirs as well as 60, 80, whoever is here. And so we cannot use that. The other thing that was mentioned is also the fact that qualified voter, which is the bone of contention, and that it might disenfranchise people that have records. Here's the deal. The state determines who's eligible to vote. And I went to the Secretary of State's website this morning, and I actually read what the criteria is. In the state of Tennessee, if you do have a record, you cannot vote. if the state determines that we cannot come back and say, no, we will let you vote. It does not work like that. And that's why the language was saying that it will be voters as defined by the state, because that's what we go by. If you look at our election commission, it's all made up by the state. So that's one of the things that we don't control as an entity. So the argument that we're bringing the state or putting the state, I think we're trying. We're trying really, really hard to find something that sticks, and I don't think this is it. We need the youth voices. We need them to be able to come with us, and I think we should. The last thing I wanted to mention is the idea of the transit referendum. Again, I've said that I'm one of the people that support it. We all do. We're going to work out for it. But I think we should stop using this fear language. I think it's not a good thing to do, to say if you put something else, people will not vote for transit or it will mess up transit. We are being negative about something that we actually support. And I don't think that's the way to do it. I think the transit is a good thing for our city. The transit is something that we need. The transit is something that we should pass. And I think this amendment is good also for our city. And we can, somebody said it earlier, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. And I think we should do both. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Suara. Ms. Sepulveda, it's to you again on the proposed amendment to Charter Amendment 3. So thinking about the two steps, like we are not speaking about the larger Charter Amendment 3 at this juncture. Many members have, for purposes of contextualizing their position on the proposed amendment, but do you seek to speak on the larger?
I'll just wait on the.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rutherford, as sponsor, would you like to speak again, maybe to clarify particular to the proposed amendment to the charter amendment? I know it's ridiculous, amend, but would you like to speak to the proposed amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3? Yes, there's a point of order by Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we clarify? My understanding is the amendment, the proposed amendment that we're talking about, is simply a format change. It does not change the language. It just rearranges things.
Let's have Ms. Darby describe, please, proposed Amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3 in case there is any confusion. Ms. Darby, can you please describe the proposed amendment?
Yes, so proposed Amendment 3 does incorporate a formatting change. There was a recommendation from the Charter Revision Commission when they reviewed this that the format of all of the amendments that go forward have 4 components to it: a title, a summary of the language, the actual language, and a fiscal note included in the charter amendment itself. So proposed Amendment 3 provides that formatting of the language that was already in Charter Amendment 3.
Okay, so Ms. Darby, then it is as to format as recommended by the Charter Commission. And so then regarding the qualified voter language, that is also a change, correct?
The qualified voter language is included in both the Charter Amendment 3 and the proposed Charter Amendment 3. The only change is to formatting of the structure of the amendment.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rutherford, it's back to you, sir.
What I'd like to do, Vice Mayor, is correct some things that I've heard from this body, if I may. And I know we have gone astray, like you didn't mean for us to do. But a couple of things were mentioned that I just don't believe were completely accurate. One of which is actually has to do with military service. Military service gets mentioned a lot in this conversation in terms of what young people, 18-year-olds in particular, can do. I think the council member that spoke on this was speaking from a commissioned officer side of things and from the perspective of the U.S. Army. For me personally, I was an 18-year-old member enlisted in the United States Air Force, and I was in charge of millions of dollars worth of equipment. And I think that's a serious responsibility and a serious trust that was placed in me at that young age. And I'm not the only veteran on this body either who can address that as well. But I'll move on from that. One of the other things I wanted to correct is regarding the language of qualified voter. I think it's important for this body to know that we debated language referring to 18-year-olds specifically that the committee rejected. When the committee rejected that language, then I asked for new language suggesting the qualified voter, which is a standard in some other cities as well. And so then we moved forward with that language instead. But now we're talking about preferring the 18-year-old language again. It's like, okay, that's too much of a back and forth. We've considered both and we've moved on with this language. But I also want to address the part of that that deals with the state and state interference. I don't see that as an issue, frankly, because the state has the ability now to control who is eligible to run for office. This does not impact this. This does not open them up anymore to be able to come after localities, if you will, because they can do that now. So this really has no effect on that. You have to be a registered voter to run for office. I know the issue of felons serving has come up as well in this conversation, and that is controlled by the state and not us. So again, the qualified voter standard is really the best way to go here, and we're not putting ourselves in jeopardy with the state as has been described here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Cash, are you seeking to speak prior to the motion to amend, or are you wanting to speak on the
It's similar to Ms. Councilmember Rutherford's background that he just shared, and I'll be very quick.
Go ahead, sir.
I just did want to reiterate that, yes, we had the language that was 18. It was voted down by the committee. We had an amendment to change it to 21. It was voted down by the committee. So if those folks that are saying, if we don't pass this today or this year, those folks that are saying, yes, I want to lower the age, I just don't like this language, lobby the committee in 2 years.
Okay. Chair Wiener, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. I would like to provide just a couple of concluding remarks, and I'll be quick, I promise. I think one of the values of this body is its diversity, the diversity in race, religion, ethnicity, and age. And I think that's a good thing. And I had the opportunity to meet an incredible young man. I don't know if he's still here. Trent, you're here. Incredible. And he represents this age group. If every one of them could be Trent, I would adopt them all. He's incredible and he's well-spoken. And I think that speaks highly of Mr. Rutherford's recommendation here in this proposal. However, I prefer clean. I prefer no questions asked. I think it's more direct. I think it keeps us a little insulated insofar as the voters not having questions about what's a qualified voter. So for me, it's not as much about the state as it is the clarity in the ballot. And so to that end, I did some research. And there are, and I'm not going to bore you with all the cities, but lots and lots and lots of cities that have date certain or age certain, and they're very specific. And for that reason, for now, I'm going to say no so that we can come back and tweak it and get the right age-specific data in there so that there's no question by the voters. With that,
You want to renew your motion to amend Charter Amendment 3 with proposed Amendment 3?
yes.
Okay. All right. Seeing no one else seeking discussion, but recognizing that just for clarity, again, this only requires 21 votes, colleagues, but even so, I think let's just go on the boards for this one. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the vote. On proposed Amendment 3 to Charter Amendment 3. Okay, so colleagues, there will be, whether this is amended or not, with this amendment, there will be a subsequent vote on Charter Amendment 3. That will require a 27 vote threshold. This vote requires 21. Simple majority. Sorry, I apologize. A simple majority. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, so the motion to amend with proposed amendment 3 passes. So now we are back on Charter Amendment 3 as amended. And Councilman Rutherford, you are recognized for a motion on Charter Amendment 3 as amended, sir.
I move approval of Charter Amendment 3 as amended.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. So now we are on discussion for Charter Amendment 3 as amended. Okay, Ms. Sepulveda, Chair Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to hold my comment as to whether or not we should be approving all of them tonight or wait on it. I'm going to speak specifically on this amendment. I was 25 when I started running and 26 by the time I got elected. And it was hard. It is one of the hardest things I've ever done. And being in office has been even harder. And here I am, year 5. With that being said, having young people be able to serve is important to me. There was only 2 of us on council at that time that were younger than 30. I want young people to be as successful as possible. And with that, it means also knowing what they are signing up for. Endless nights, multiple jobs. I won't name everything, but especially second termers and people who have been in politics for a long time know what many elected officials personally go through and some of the struggles they have along the way, that a lot of this is life and death. And mental health is a big issue as an elected official as well. But we need young people. We need their perspective. We need energy. We need new voices. We need diversity. And they want to serve. And if the community that they run in chooses to put them there to represent them, then I think that we need to let the community make that decision. I want them to have all the tools and be as successful as possible. So if anyone does decide to run at 18 and become a council member, I'll be the first one there to make sure that, you know, I give them the rundown of what to expect, how to do things better, who to talk to, how to maneuver their way around it. Because when they succeed, we all succeed. They are the next generation. We're going to be gone at some point. Some of us aren't running for another term. Some of us won't get reelected. We don't know what's waiting for us after these next 3 years, but we need to prepare the next generation. And the voting majority is going to look like them. It's going to be them. It's not going to be all of us one day. And so with that, I'm going to support this because it's important to me that we continue to engage them and we continue to encourage them to vote. And if we could get a candidate in that seat, I think that the city would be better off for it. So I rise in support.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Mr. Rutherford, are you seeking to be recognized again, sir? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the opportunity to speak again. There's a couple of more points that I want to make. I'll try not to reiterate anything that I've already said or anybody else has already said. But we had an election this month, and voter turnout was abysmal. And it's always the lowest among younger people. Not having a seat at the table is a part of why that happens. Because they think that their voice doesn't matter. Well, I think their voice does matter. And I think we need to offer them a seat at the table. There's more to this process because it's ultimately in the hands of the people if we allow them to make that decision, the voters. I trust the voters. I question whether or not those who speak against this trust the voters or not. But I've always trusted the voters. Even when I disagree with them, I trust them in the decisions that they are making. I trusted them then. I trust them now. I think you should trust them as well and put this in the hands of the voters and let them decide. Thank you.
Mr. Bradford, are you seeking to be recognized? This is Charter Amendment 3 as amended.
Previous question.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bradford has called the previous question. This is a non-debatable motion, and it requires 2/3 of those voting. If you are in favor of ending debate on Charter Amendment 3 as amended and moving straight to the vote, you would vote in favor of the previous question. If you want to continue debate and discussion on Charter Amendment 3 as amended, you would vote no. We will try this by voice to start. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Aye. Those against the previous question? Okay. All right. The motion to call the previous question prevails very clearly by voice. And so with that, we will move straight to the vote, Mr. Clerk. So we will go on the board. This is for Charter Amendment 3 as amended and requires 27 votes for passage. If it passes, then it goes on the resolution, and we're still going to vote on that, okay? Mr. Clerk, please open the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay. This motion fails. So Charter Amendment 3 will not then be added to the main resolution for Charter Amendment. Okay. Next, moving in progression, we have proposed Charter Amendment 4 by Toombs regarding no September meetings. I'm going to first, Ms. Toombs, recognize Chair Wiener for the committee report and then come to you. Go ahead, Chair Wiener.
Thank you so much. The Charter Revision Committee considered this proposal, Amendment 4, and voted 2 in favor, 5 opposed, 0 not voting.
Okay. Ms. Toombs, it's to you on your proposed Charter Amendment 4.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Is there a second for the motion to approve? Okay. Back to you, Ms. Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I recognize that the committee did not have a favorable recommendation, as well as the Charter Review Commission. The reasonings that I gathered from the discussion of the committee and the commission, other than being totally against all amendments because wanting to have the focus on transit during the November election, the other consensus was basically if you run for council, you know what you're getting into. And as I said during committee, I don't know how true that statement is. But I will say that knowing what we know now, I think that the vast majority of us, if not all of us, would run again. So that's not the point, that we don't want to work for our constituents that we're not, good public servants. It reminds me of, being a working mom, how working moms get criticized. And if you utter any type of complaint, if you're not always on the verge of a nervous breakdown, you're not a good mom. And that's absolutely not true. And I believe the same is true of council members. You don't have to work yourself into the ground to be a good council member. If the only thing you're doing as a council member, and I don't believe this is true of anyone, but if the only thing you're doing is attending these meetings on the first and third Tuesday, you're not doing this job correctly. We all have I have monthly community meetings. I know other council members do as well. We attend neighborhood association meetings. We attend community events. We sit on panels. We speak at schools. We do newsletters. We're emailing and calling folks constantly. So there's a lot to this job. And not having a regularly scheduled September meeting. We can still have specially called meetings if something arises during that time, but not having a regularly scheduled meeting in September allows council members to take a couple of things off their plate. There's no need to worry about filing legislation, no need to worry about getting amendments in on time. And you can use that time to do the 100 other things that we do as council members. You can use that time to catch up with your family, to attend some family events, to take some personal time. It just allows us to slow down for a moment, to catch our breath, and continue on the following month. It doesn't make us inaccessible to constituents. Constituents can still reach us by email, text, phone call, grocery store, library, anywhere that they're currently accessing us. So it's not us working less. It's not us being lazy public servants. It's really looking out for the mental health of us all so that we can be better public servants. You hear a lot that you can't pour from an empty cup. So we have to take care of ourselves so that we can be even better for our constituents. And with that, I will renew my motion for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Toombs. Okay, there is a motion to approve proposed Charter Amendment 4. It has been properly seconded, and you have heard the position of sponsor Toombs, and we are now on discussion. Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of Councilmember Toombs' amendment. I think we can be a diligent council and a very hardworking council while also being a compassionate council and making a little bit of time for those of us who have families and family commitments to have a month off from council meetings. And I think as far as the concern on whether this crowds the ballot with transit, I think that's a decision that we can make separately when we vote on the overall bill. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand in support of the sponsor. She made a lot of good points in regards to the amount of work and time that we put into this position because we love to serve, not because of the pay, but because we love to serve. And this, when you have September off, you actually have a moment to decompress and come back into this room quasi-refreshed to hit the ground running. Certainly that's how it felt in 2019. That's certainly how it felt last year. To be able to have that month would be really critical. Yes, it would be nice for vacation, but also just to sit in your house and do nothing if you wanted to would also be a lovely alternative. So I hope that we will stay focused on this amendment, realizing, as Councilmember Toombs shared, we are all communicating with our constituents, and certainly we can share with them the benefit of this and being able to vote for anything else in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also rise in support. I think Councilmember Rutherford made an excellent point about us trusting the voters. This gets the opportunity to get it on the ballot. Voters can then make the decision. As Council Lady Stiles so eloquently put it, none of us are in this for the money that we are not rolling around in. This is a labor of love. Councilmember Sepulveda mentioned earlier that there are lots of things that council members are up against, from dealing with physical health and mental health and just all of those things. And this, when this government was consolidated, the role of a council member has expanded so much over the last few decades, even over the last few council terms. The amount of legislation that we're looking at for each council meeting has expanded. I mean, it is after 10 o'clock at night, and we're still pretty early on in the agenda. So we all know the work that we're doing, and I think that this gives us an opportunity to let this go before the voters. As Councilmember Rutherford said, we trust the voters. So I'm going to stand in support, and I thank the council lady for bringing it.
Thank you, Ms. Porterfield. Mr. Prepty, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I also rise in support of this proposed amendment. I view this truly as an opportunity for us to continue to be embedded in our communities. By stepping away from the legislative side of this and being geared more towards the community side of this, making sure that we have adequate time not only to have just those regular community meetings, but also go to neighborhood association meetings. In District 25, I've got a great number of neighborhood associations, and being able to have an opportunity where I'm not knee deep in the agenda, reaching out to various departments, trying to get my questions answered ahead of time, making sure that I have dedicating adequate time to go through and even just create that list of questions. I think anything that we can do to make sure that we are closest to the communities that we are serving, making sure that we're continuing to be embedded in those communities, I think is going to be a net benefit for all of those who we serve. And so for those reasons, I rise in support of this and ask all of my colleagues to support this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Prepty. Ms. Suara, you're recognized, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also rise in support. I remember right after the budget season, I was leaving my office, going home. I ran into my boss, and he was like, "Oh, how is everything going? So now the budget is over, you can rest." And I was like, "No." I said, "Well, don't you guys have a break?" "No." Everybody knows that the people at the Legislative Plaza, the state level, gets a break. Everybody knows that people in DC gets to come home. We are 365, 24/7 for most of us. There's emails, there's meetings, if you're really doing the job right, reading all of this analysis, sending all the question, and pulling it off consent when you didn't send the question. I mean, that's a whole lot that goes into it. And I think that for our mental health, I think getting that research in September, I can tell you that after the last election, just having that month off, I knew that it was good for me to be able to come back and then be ready, have some thoughts of what I'm doing next. And we only do that during election year. So the other 3 years, we don't have that. So I think this is a very good thing for all of us, and I think it will make us better at what we do. And so for that, I'm standing in support, and I'm asking everyone to as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem Suara. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this as well. You know, colleagues, if you look at the federal government and Congress, they get a break. They get a recess. They get that chance to talk to their constituents and advocate for positions that they've taken and to obtain feedback. And the same thing on the state level. I think that every person that's in here right now they're incredible in their own ways. They serve their constituents well. So I think this makes a lot of sense to bookend our years. And lastly, I'll say, you know, it's kind of an inside joke for those that follow this council closely, that it's like bad TV, right? And we're all actors in a bad TV show. Well, even bad TV shows have breaks between seasons. So I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Mr. Bradford, you're recognized, sir. Yeah, okay. Ms. Allen, you're last in the queue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to offer an alternate perspective. I appreciate how hard everybody in this body works and the need to take care of ourselves, and I do think that's important. I don't think the amount of work will diminish just because we take a month off. I have concerns that we'll then shove it farther into the end of the year, and I know how many times I have been reprimanded by constituents for, quote, putting something in that then runs into the holidays. And so if we lose September and push things to start in October, then we're into Thanksgiving, into Christmas. I just am concerned that there may be unintended consequences, that this could also make it harder for us. And I will say, I don't know how much y'all enjoyed that fifth Tuesday that we just had, but those do pop up 3 times a year, and they are refreshing, and we do sort of get that break that we can plan around and do that. So to me, that's where I have pushed my ability to try to at least take 1 week off from not trying to write legislation. So I appreciate the intent, but I'm going to stick with what's worked so far for the last 13 years that I've done it.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, we will go on the board for a roll call vote. This is for proposed Charter Amendment 4. Ms. Toombs effectuating or proposing no September meetings. This needs 27 votes to get on to the Charter Amendment resolution. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this motion passes with 32 votes, 6 noes, and 1 abstention. That means now that this amendment is on the resolution. Okay, so we have addressed all proposed amendments, charter amendments, and the charter amendments themselves. And so now, Chair Wiener, you are recognized on your resolution as amended with Charter Amendments 1 and 4 for a motion.
Thank you so very much. I would like to move approval with amendments 1 and 4. And
is there a second for the motion to approve with, okay? It's back to you, Ms. Wiener.
Thank you. Would you like a committee report on this vote?
Yes, please, ma'am.
The Charter Revision Commission considered RS 2024-559 as amended and voted 3 in favor, 4 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all right, so there is a motion to approve, properly seconded. So now we are on discussion of the Charter Amendment Resolution as amended with Amendment 1, which is regarding the filling of a Finance Director vacancy, and then 4, which is regarding no meetings in September. Okay, Mr. Kapp, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move a deferral to January 20th, 2026. That way we will preserve the work of this committee and bring back these amendments for a timely inclusion on the 2026 ballot. And some may need to be refiled, and that may need to happen procedurally anyway. And the one that is not included in this resolution about the age of council service, if someone else doesn't file a proposed amendment to lower the age for council service, I'll file one and look forward to advocating for that both here and in the city in 2026. But I move a deferral of this resolution to January 20th, 2026.
Is there a second? Okay. A motion to defer to a date certain is a proper motion when on discussion for a resolution properly seconded. Mr. Kapp has moved a deferral to the meeting of June 20th, 2026, properly seconded, and we are on discussion for the motion to defer.
Point of order, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Sorry, I said Your Honor because I'm used to being.
That's okay.
I said.
That's I'll allow it. Your mic's on. Yeah.
The motion was January 20th, 2026.
Did I not say that?
June.
Oh, sorry. I really knew it was January. I don't know why I looked at that. It might be because it's 10:30 at night, but got it. January 20th of 2026. Thank you for the clarification, colleagues. Okay, so that we're on the motion to defer to the date certain of January 20th, 2026. Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to be supporting the deferral. I think that some of these amendments to the charter can wait. As being someone who worked for a very long time in state politics and local politics before actually becoming an elected official, I feel the need to say that because when I first got elected, going back to the age thing, I would have to remind my then colleagues that I had been doing this longer than some of them had. And one, I don't know everything, but I do know that our number of voters are down. This year it was a little over 68,000. In 2020, during the primary, it was a little over 121,000. I think we have a lot of work to do to get out the vote, to get young people to participate, to continue to register more voters, even though we have increased our voter registration quite a bit throughout the years. There's a lot of work to do. And the last thing that we need is a campaign that looks like vote yes on 1, no on 2, no on 3. I think we need to make this as simple as possible. I do trust the voters, but I know that we have failed as a state to continue to get people to the polls. And until we start addressing that, until we get creative, until we start thinking outside of the box, until we start running more interesting candidates that look and sound like these neighborhoods, we're going to continue to struggle. And transit is needed and it is vitally important. And several of our communities rely on this transportation, on the buses. Several of them don't have cars. Some of them ride bikes. We have so many pedestrian fatalities. We need sidewalks. And we can do this again in 2026, and we could address a lot of these concerns before we get to the next Metro election. So with that, I rise in support of a deferral, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I do think the Charter Committee, I know, doing a lot of work, and then you have the rest of the body that's pushing to defer. It is a difficult place to be in, but I'm just thinking from experience and strategically what would make more sense and what would get us across the finish line.
Thank you, Chair Sepulveda. Chair Parker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm rising in support of the deferral motion for a couple of reasons. One, the piece that I think is most important of these that we were considering, the age of eligibility, I was not able to vote for that one because of concerns about the language, and my preference is to bring that back in a clean form that this body can get to 27 votes on and feel confident about putting in front of voters in 2026. And another reason that I'm supportive of this deferral is just out of recognition of the tremendous work that the committee did. I did not attend any of the committee meetings, but I watched a lot of them on YouTube, and these are really fascinating meetings to watch, even going back to when they had the large pot of potential charter amendments and hearing those get discussed and the various merits weighed and the context. And if you want to learn more about the charter and more about how Nashville works, generally, these are really great committee meetings to watch. And I think for me, the way that we can best kind of honor that work that's happened is to defer this out to 2026. We can bring a clean version of the age of eligibility for council service then, and any other amendments that need to come through. They can continue their work, and we can have a clean slate of amendments on the charter amendments on the November ballot for our Davidson County voters. And just practically, if the deferral motion doesn't pass, I'm going to feel the need to vote against this resolution, which I feel like would be, I don't want to do that because I'm really appreciative of all the work that's gone into this from the committee. So I would ask my colleagues to please consider supporting the deferral motion.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Rutherford, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the deferral. This body has spoken. We put one amendment on that I wanted. We put one amendment on that I didn't really want. One amendment that I did want didn't go on. But this body has spoken. The work has been done of the Charter Revision Committee. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for putting me on that committee. I didn't really know how bad I wanted to be on that committee, but I've enjoyed the time on it. It's important work, and I also want to call out the work of the Charter Revision Commission and the work that they've put into this. But I think at this point, with the work that we have done, ultimately, this should go to the voters. With the work that has been done, with what this council has said to this point, I think ultimately it should go to the voters. We should trust the voters, as I've stated before, and I think ultimately that's where this should go and where this should all be decided. If in the end we sort of kick the can down to 2026, then at that time, I hope we don't talk about the length of the ballot, because if we do, if we start talking about and complaining about the length of the ballot in 2026. I, for one, will remind this body of this very moment in time, because that's the position we're putting ourselves in. We don't know what 2026 is going to look like. We don't know what other grand initiative that may be called upon for 2026, that then we're going to add everything else to it then and make it even lengthier, or yet, even more troublesome, kick the can yet again in 2026. And that's completely unacceptable. So I urge you to vote against this deferral. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bradford on the deferral.
I too am standing in opposition of the deferral. My colleague and Councilmember Rutherford makes some valid points that I'm not going to repeat. The one point I want to make is we've heard a lot about the concerns of having these charter amendments on the same ballot as the transit referendum, and how, we fear that the voters aren't going to understand, or that they're going to use these amendments as reasons to vote against transit. In my opinion, that speaks more about the confidence the administration has in the transit plan than it does in these amendments. So if we're going to trust the voters to make the right decision this November, let's put it all out there, and let's be confident that the plans we have before us are there, and not try to rig the system. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gadd, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I rise in support of the deferral and would urge my colleagues to consider it strongly as well. I do want to also commend the Charter Commission. Like some other colleagues, I wasn't able to be in person at all, but I am so, the meetings I was able to watch, just incredibly impressed with the thoroughness and the work of the Charter Committee. So thank you all, for my colleagues, for your work there. I think, I think if we haven't learned anything in this city about how much work and focus it's going to take to get the transit referendum passed, then I think we'll be hurting one more time. What I see is this transit referendum being able to, some other colleagues who have worked in campaigns and done ballot initiatives and work. It's not that I don't trust the voters, it's that I respect the voters enough to have them focused on one thing, and that we have the time to come back. And I understand that 2026, we don't understand everything that's going to be ahead of us, but we can make that commitment that the items that we've considered today can be on the ballot at that time. And then I think I'll probably be joining other colleagues who will make a request, as had mentioned, to the Charter Commission, that perhaps they didn't hear from enough of us, having had a more of a discussion on the age. I look forward to age for voting, but I look forward to communicating to have hopefully additional items on that 2026 ballot. But I do think transit is something that when we think about economic justice, health equity, access to housing, and access to fair and a more just community. We literally cannot pass this up this November or this fall for transit, and that will be the reason I'll be supporting the deferral and look forward to ensuring that voters have the opportunity to vote on all of these amendments at the next election cycle.
Thank you, Ms. Gadd. Chair Wiener, you're recognized.
I would love to call the question.
Okay. Okay, there is a motion to call the question. This is there a second? Okay. This is a non-debatable motion. It requires 2/3 of those voting. It ends debate. All those in favor of calling the previous question, please say aye. Any against calling the previous question? All right. So the previous question has been called, and so we will move to a vote on the motion to defer to the meeting of January 20th, 2026. I guess we will go on the machine for that. Or should we try it by voice? Yeah, well, okay. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Allen.
So will this vote, since it's a deferral and not whether to put it on the ballot, be a simple majority or 27 votes?
It is a simple majority. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote for a motion to defer to the meeting of January 20th, 2026, please, sir. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The motion passes. The charter amendment resolution is deferred to January 20th, 2026. Okay, thank you, colleagues, and I will add my thanks as well to the work of the Charter Revision Committee. Okay, that was the first resolution that was not on consent this evening. So having disposed of that, we will continue with resolutions that were with our resolutions. The next item is agenda item 29, resolution 2024-570, sponsors Coupin, Porterfield, Parker, and Welsh. This is a resolution accepting a donation from 601 Lafayette Owner LLC in the amount of $100,000 as a contribution towards infrastructure improvements towards the cost of construction of a nearby community park. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Okay. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized for a committee report on Mr. Coupin's bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What's that, 10:38 p.m.? All right. RS 2024-570, Budget and Finance voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting on the substitute, and 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting on the resolution as substituted.
Okay. Chair Parker, your committee report, please, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended approval of the amendment, 11 in favor, 0 against, and on the resolution as amended, also 11 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's a substitute, but all good. Okay, so Mr. Coupin, we need a motion to get the bill before us, please, sir.
I believe I would move the bill first, right?
Yes, move approval. Is there a second? Okay.
Move substitute.
Yes, okay. Is there a second on the motion to substitute? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the substitute, or would you like to give a brief explanation?
I'll give the briefest of explanation. This is a housekeeping matter, cleaning up the terminology of the paperwork, but achieving the original goal of the legislation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kubin. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, now we're back to you for a motion on your bill as substituted.
Like to move the bill as substituted.
Okay, second. Any discussion? Nope. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you have passed your resolution as substituted, Mr. Kubin. Okay. Okay. Now we are on resolution, or rather, agenda number 56, resolution 2024-636, sponsors Gamble, Hancock, and Ellis. This is a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Planning Department provide a report to the Metropolitan Council on strategies and policy changes to improve public notice and awareness of proposed amendments to Metropolitan Zoning Code. Chair and sponsor Gamble, you are recognized for a committee report, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee approved an indefinite deferral, 7 in favor, 3 against, 1 not voting.
Okay, colleagues, per Rule 8.2 regarding indefinite deferral, this is automatic with no motion, no debate. Okay, so that is indefinitely deferred. Okay, so I'm looking at Ms. Porterfield and Ms. Johnston. Are we proceeding as previously discussed? Okay. Okay, colleagues. In an effort to effectuate somewhat of a compromise with Resolution 57 that is before us with the proposed substitute and maybe the ability of those things to stand alone separately, I am going to allow and recognize Ms. Porterfield. You are recognized, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move to suspend the rules to file a late file resolution condemning all political violence in America.
Okay, and could you clarify that that reflects the language of your previous substitute and that all members have been provided that language of the late filed resolution?
Absolutely. It is the exact language that went out in the amendments packet Monday morning at 9 a.m. So the public has seen it as well as all members of this body.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Okay, seeing none. The rules are suspended. So we are on your late filed resolution, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be really brief. We know it's been a really, really long night. I sat in the Rules Committee today and I heard some really good feedback from my colleagues that people wanted the opportunity to be able to vote on both resolutions. So I did want to make sure that, and I thank Councilwoman Johnston, we were able to work together to come up with something that would allow people to have the ability to vote on both. This resolution was really important to me because when we talk about political violence in America, we know that there's been an uptick in political violence, and we keep hearing the narrative, you know, across the country. We're kind of hearing this narrative that
Ms. Porterfield, I apologize. So the rules are suspended. I need a motion.
I need to move for approval.
Yep,
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay.
Move for
It's
approval.
late. It's okay. So there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, it's properly before us. Please continue explaining.
Thank you, Vice
discussion.
Mayor. My bad, y'all. It's a late night, everybody. But in essence, all I'm saying is that, you know, we keep hearing that America is not the place for political violence. And this is just kind of speaking into the room that this is a nation that unfortunately has been built on political violence. But prior to the nation being established, this is a nation that has been built on political violence. And I think that it's important for us to recognize that and to name that, but also to speak against it. We've had several members of this body that are in this room that have had political violence, that have received threats, at multiple instances of harassment. But in essence, you know, people can read the resolution. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Everyone has it in front of them. But I would ask that people support this. And again, again, it's just important that people understand that this is not saying that these are the only instances of political violence in America. If you want to get depressed, Google American political violence, and you'll see tons of instances that are just heartbreaking. And it's part of the discourse that we fought for the freedom of our country. And unfortunately, it continues to happen. And I think it's important that we go on record to condemn it holistically.
Okay. You have heard the motion properly seconded of Ms. Porterfield and an explanation of this late filed resolution condemning all political violence. And so we are now on discussion. Pro Tem Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'm going to be very brief as well. Right after, when we had the Lawson Lewis event not too long ago, one of the things that I said is that when we talk about hate, when we talk about condemnation of bad acts, we have to do it consistently. And what consistent means is that we have to do it every time for everybody. We cannot pick and choose what we condemn. It sends a very bad message for a community that is supposed to be for everybody. When I see that when something happened with this community, everybody riles up. When it happened in another community, nothing is said. And so we should condemn every act of violence. We should stand up every single time. But we have to be consistent. And that means that it's all. Doesn't matter who the perpetrator is, doesn't matter who the victim is. And so that's why I like this resolution, because it's very comprehensive and it's condemning all acts of political violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilman Prep T, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'll also be brief in my comments. I've stated before this body and in our various committees before that political violence truly is one of the most largest threats to our national security. Unfortunately, here in Nashville, we have seen a number of instances of political violence perpetrated against our citizens and against vulnerable communities. And so I thank the sponsor for bringing this, for providing the context in which we exist, and understanding that this has been a prolific issue that we have faced. Thank you, Councilman Bradford got the joke. This has been an issue that we have faced across the board and across our nation and in the city. And so I thank the sponsor for bringing this, and I'm proud to stand in support of this resolution in condemning all forms of political violence and stating specifically that when it comes to our political issues, we solve our differences in a civil discourse, and in a modern and equitable society, political violence has no place. So thank you all for bringing this, and again, I rise in support of this resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prep T. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move to the vote. Oh, we're lacking a quorum. So
I can keep talking if you want me to.
everyone just have a moment of zen. Mr. Taylor's right there. We good? Okay, Sean, or rather, Ms. Campbell. Okay, we are at 27. We have a quorum, and we will move to the vote. Okay. All in favor of this resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. You have passed this resolution. Okay, next is agenda item 57, RS 2024-637. Sponsors Johnston, Eastlick, Nash, Webb, Allen, Coopin, Evans, Horton, Rutherford, Ellis, Struffel, Wiener, Hancock, Benton, Huffman, Spain, Ewing, and Hill. This is a resolution condemning the attempted assassination of the former President Trump, honoring the victims of the attack and the actions of Secret Service, and condemning all political violence. Ms. Johnston, you are recognized, ma'am.
Committee reports, please.
Okay. Mr. Prep T, do you, Vice Chair? Okay. Committee report, please, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Election Committee considered RS 637, in its prior form, it received a favorable vote as substituted in committee and a vote of 7 in favor, 1 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prepty. It's back to you, Ms. Johnson, for a motion on your resolution.
Move approval.
We've moved approval. It's properly seconded. Seeing any discussion? I'm seeing no discussion. Okay, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, I think we have sufficient. Okay, we're going to get a double check about whether or not we need to go on the board with resolution. Okay, Mr. Arby says we have to go on the board. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the vote. Okay. Ms. Stiles, are you seeking to vote on this resolution? Okay. Please show the vote, Mr. Clerk. This motion passes. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate you all working together to effectuate a compromise. Okay. The next item, agenda item 58, resolution 2024-638. A very long list of sponsors that I will read very quickly. Toom, Stiles, Suarez, Sepulveda, Porter, Field, Gamble, Vo, Lee, Taylor, Kimbrough, Horton, Johnston, Parker, Wiener, Benedict, Evans, Huffman, Gregg, Gadd, Cortez, Nash, Welsh, Hancock, Allen, Spain, Bradford, Ewing, Cap, Coopin, Evans, Siegel, Ellis, and Eastlick is a resolution expressing the Metropolitan Council's condemnation of the July 2024 verbal assault on children by a Nazi hate group. Sponsor Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Vice Chair Prepty of Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee considered RS 2024-638 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. It's back to you for a motion on your resolution. Ms. Toombs.
Move for approval with a brief explanation.
Is there a second? Okay. To you, Ms. Toombs.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking the 31 co-sponsors who signed on to the resolution. If you want to be a part of the Mighty 32, you can email the clerk and ask to be added as a co-sponsor. This resolution is in response to the abhorrent event that occurred back in July where there were a group of young Black children ages 9 to 14. These children regularly play their drums downtown. They actually beat buckets and they're extremely talented. They were walking past a group of the Nazi hate group that some of those members were also in the chamber, had come to the council chamber around that time. As the children were passing by, they started hurling racial slurs at them, including the N-word. Even as the police were ushering the children out of the area, they were still yelling. These grown men were still yelling racial slurs at children. And I want us to show the city that we stand with those children, that that type of hate has no place in our city, that we support our children, that they are welcome to go anywhere in the city that they want to, and they have the right to have the innocence of childhood, and that experience really robbed those children of their innocence. No child should have to go through that. As a mother of Black children, it's very disheartening to me. I can't imagine how the parents and family of those boys felt. I know how I felt just watching it. And I want to send a strong message, and all those boys that it's a school night, so they're in bed, but I will send the clip to their families, showing them that the entire Metro Council stands against that kind of hate and that we're in full support of them. The resolution also asks for MMPD, Metro Legal to look into some ways to prevent that from happening in the future. And I know during a recent community meeting, Director Dietz had mentioned that he was looking into the definition of harassment, trying to put something in place where that would be actually a criminal offense to verbally assault someone with racial slurs. We all know, we all have a First Amendment right to free speech, but that right is not absolute. And we do want to draw a line when it comes to children especially. And so with that, I would renew my motion for approval.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Toombs. Councilwoman Lee, so we're on discussion, colleagues, on the motion to approve. Ms. Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I did it again. Madam
okay.
Vice Mayor, I stand in support of this, very much in support. We have done a lot of talking tonight about hateful, hurtful things, and I think we have shown the feeling of this council that we are against any of that, and we don't want that kind of thing. It doesn't depend on who it is, the age of it, or whatever. Any type of hate crimes are wrong. So I would hope that you would join me in supporting this. And I don't know if I needed an item of inquiry or what, but you know I'm about to ask you if we could go on and use the rule that says everyone, I think 29, yes.
It's Rule 12.3. Everyone voting in the affirmative.
Affirmative will be placed on there.
Ms. Toombs, are you willing to amend your approval motion to add Rule 12.3? Okay.
Thank you so very much.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Prep-T, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank Chair Toombs for bringing this resolution. The instances that we've witnessed over the past month or so have been beyond infuriating. To see these groups targeting children is, one, inappropriate. It doesn't even do it justice. But I feel it also brings up very painful memories for many of our colleagues, and I can say for myself specifically, recalling the first time that I was called the N-word at the age of 8 in second grade. That is something that I continue to pray that this next generation did not have to experience. Unfortunately, what we know and what we are experiencing is that hate is alive and well, not only in Nashville, not only in Tennessee, but across the nation, and unfortunately, across the border in our neighbors to the north. This angers me, but I am heartened by the fact that we have colleagues who are more than willing to stand for our neighbors, who are willing to stand for our community and make sure that the children who experience this know that you are not alone. You will not have to go through this alone, and that we are committed to continuing to do every single thing that we possibly can to make sure that you are safe in your community, because Nashville is your home and it belongs to you. So thank you, Chair Toombs, for bringing this, and I rise in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prepty. Councilman Coopin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. And I echo what my colleague just said. You are not alone. I think that's the message that these young men need to hear from us as a council and as a city. And there were many children the couple weeks that those people were in town in tears that had their innocence ripped from them, that witnessed things that were so horrific and so unimaginable that should never be on the face of this planet. So I appreciate my colleague bringing this. As I've said before, when hate rears its ugly head, we will be back louder, stronger. Every single time it happens, we will push back harder. There are more of us than there are of them, and I think that's an important message to show. Racism has no place in our society. Hate like this has no place in our society for anybody, but especially for children. These kids should have been enjoying their afternoon and being kids, and instead they were subjected to some of the most horrific elements of humanity. So I stand with my colleague and everyone who's in support of this resolution, and appreciate the message that we're sending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coopin. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So thank you, Chair Toombs, and thank you to the Minority Caucus for bringing this resolution tonight. I am wholeheartedly in support of making sure these children know that what occurred, that what happened to them is unacceptable, and in this city, and hopefully they understand also that in this state and in this country, we do not accept this type of behavior. I wanted to highlight, I'm standing because I wanted to highlight Section 3, which is the section that the council strongly encourages Metro Legal, MNPD, and the District Attorney's Office to review any state and local laws. I would implore those offices to dig in and see in real time when these groups, if these groups come back to this city, that we're doing, that those departments are doing everything they can to stop them in the moment so that we can ensure that this never happens again. So there's no, the First Amendment matters, but as the resolution says, it is not absolute, and we must stand together and ensure that this. I know I'm repeating myself, but we cannot let this happen. We must do all we can to gather these folks up, find the laws that they're breaking, and make sure that they are eradicated from this town. We don't stand with any Nazis. We don't stand with anyone who's doing these things to children, who's doing these things to, and this resolution is about those children in particular. I don't want to make it bigger than that. To some degree, it is bigger than that, but these children certainly didn't deserve any bit of this and were innocent, and I'm so terribly sorry for what they've been through here. I do want them to understand that absolutely the whole council stands with them. As one of the co-sponsors, as one of the original 32, and now hopefully every single member on the body who's here tonight will vote in the affirmative on this. You're not alone, kids. You're not alone, kiddos. We're with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Okay, seeing no one else seeking discussion, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay. Any abstaining? No. Okay. That resolution passes. Agenda item 59, resolution 2024-639, sponsors Swara, Toombs, Hill, Welsh, Stiles, Ellis, Gregg, Gamble, and Porterfield, is a resolution honoring the life of Bernice Johnson Reagan. Pro Tem Swara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Let's see. Vice Chair Prepty, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee considered RS 2024-639 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Back to you, Ms. Suara, for a motion on your resolution.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to move for, I would like to invoke Rule 12.3.
So a motion to
To
approve
approve
with
with
Rule
Rule 12.3,
12.3
yes, ma'am.
applied. Okay. Is there, I heard a second. Go ahead.
It reminds me, I wanted to sing, but I don't have a very good voice. I want to say, ain't gonna let no 8 groups turn me around, which is very appropriate as we're talking about these resolutions and the 8 and everything else. To the children that were harassed, I stand against all of that 8 and stand in support of you as well. But it gives me pleasure to bring this resolution to honor Ms. Bernice Johnson Reagan. Ms. Reagan is one of the freedom riders. She actually started the Freedom Singers. And she was one of those people that in the early 60s was actually jailed and also expelled from our school. So when we talk about the civil rights eras, when we talk about our ancestors, our older generation that fought against hate and discrimination and gave us hope, that's who Miss Bernice Reagan is. And I think that for me, every time this rears its ugly head, I go back to them and what they had to endure. And so it is my honor to bring this to honor a pioneer, to honor somebody that fought. She's not from Nashville. And I want to thank Mr. Erwin Vernick for actually reminding me that she passed away. And I hope that we get to continue to remember this legacy that hate, ugliness is not new. We've seen it before. I'm hoping that it goes away. But until it does, we're not going to let it turn us around. We're not going to let it stop us from being the beloved community that we ought to be. And it is life like this that gives me hope, that gives me inspiration. And I hope gives you and those children inspiration too. So with that, I move for approval. And I hope that everyone that is voting will be added in accordance with Rule 12.3. Thank you.
Yes, that is the motion. Okay.
I'll get somebody else to sing.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the resolution passes. Next is agenda item 60, resolution 2024-640. Sponsors Coopin, Porterfield, Wiener, Druffel Hill, Allen, Johnston, Spain, Greg, Vo, Benton, Nash, Benedict, Suara, Webb, Stiles, Welsh, Ewing, Evans, Cap, Evans, Siegel, Rutherford, Horton, Ellis, Eastlick, and Gamble. This is a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Randy Rayburn and recognizing his deep contributions to the city of Nashville. Mr. Coopin, you're recognized, sir.
Committee reports, please.
Vice Chair Prep T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Rules Confirmation and Public Elections Committee considered RS 2024-640 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Back to you, Mr. Coopin, for a motion on
Move
resolution.
approval with a brief comment, please.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, back to you, sir.
Well, I think many of us in this body know that we suffered a massive loss recently with the passing of Randy Rayburn. I personally had to read the message I got about 4 times before it sunk in. I knew Randy for a very short time. I met him while I was running, but I considered him a good friend. He was an early supporter and someone I considered a mentor. Randy was a restaurateur, a politico, and a hero in our city. He ran Midtown Cafe, among so many other things. I'm not going to go into all of it. You, please read the resolution. There's a long, long list of what he has done for the city and for other people. He brought people together. You know, we were talking about standing up against hate. That's what he did. He brought people across the aisle together over a delicious meal and had folks talking to each other and networking with each other and building the city up better and better. He was still at work on it. We had been recently working on the rock block and preserving the rock block, which I know is so important to him. And those efforts were ongoing. And I know I spoke to someone working on that project who recently had texted Randy and said, "Hey, let's talk next month about the next steps on this project." And obviously that conversation will never happen. So I think it's an important reminder to not wait till tomorrow for those important conversations and moments. And please, again, take a minute if you can and read the text of the resolution. He's got a long list of accomplishments and things he's done for our city and for our country. And I think about the fact that at the end of these resolutions, it says it's fitting and proper for the council to recognize this individual. And I think that these words are written for Randy, that it's fitting and proper for us to recognize him for all he has done. So I would like to amend my motion to include 12.3 for everyone voting in the affirmative to be included. And with that, I move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve with Rule 12.3 applied such that all voting in the affirmative will be signed on as co-sponsors. It's properly seconded. There is no discussion, and so we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, we have passed that resolution. Okay, one more resolution pulled from consent. Agenda item 64, Resolution 2024-644, sponsor Stiles, Coupon, and Spain, is a resolution recognizing the 25th anniversary of Robert's Western World. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I would, I'd like to put the Murphy Rule, Rule 12.3 on there.
Okay, first you need a committee report. Vice Chair
Sorry,
Pepti.
Speedy Gonzalez, go ahead and give us that committee report.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Rules Confirmation and Public Election Committee considered RS 2024-644 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Stiles.
Yes. So I would like to move for approval, and I'd like to use
Apply
the Murphy
Rule
Rule. Yes.
12.3.
This resolution for Robert's Western World, if you've been on Broadway and been by all the honky tonks, it is a staple. And as often as we have been talking in the last 2 terms about preserving the history of Music City and our venues, this is definitely one of them. And Councilmember Coupon and I got to present this resolution, rather an empty folder.
It could have been a proclamation.
It could have been, but when it's 25 years, it needs to be on record.
That's true. I agree. 25 years, that's a good threshold. That's good. Go ahead.
So with that, it was nice to be out there, honor the owners and their service and keeping our creatives busy for the last 25 years. So I appreciate everyone being a part of this so we can present this to them properly.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. So there is a motion to approve with Rule 12.3 applied such that all voting in the affirmative will be signed on as co-sponsors, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this resolution is passed. Okay, now we are moving into bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time. Do any items need to be pulled from first reading consideration? Okay, Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I actually have a substitute to the first item, which is
Which agenda item or bill do you want to pull?
for first reading, the very first one.
Okay, that's agenda item 65, BL 2024-476. You're requesting it be removed from a consolidated first reading vote. Duly noted. Anything else?
Yes, I do have a question. So I do have a substitute for that bill. However, I would like to wait to move that until the next meeting when it is on second reading.
Okay, well, if you're not intending to move your substitute,
I just wanted to be sure that I made that statement.
okay, so if you're not intending to move your substitute, that would be the reason for pulling it from first reading. So are you wanting to not pull it from first reading?
I'm going to leave it on there. I just wanted to be sure that I made a statement that there is a substitute for people to
So
take a
you're
look
bringing
at.
the body's attention to the substitute, but you will not be pulling it from first reading.
Correct.
Thank you. I know agenda item 79, Ms. Stiles, I believe you have a procedural issue there.
Yes.
This is BL 2024-490.
This is the bill for 12910. the SP amendment on Old Hickory Boulevard.
Correct.
So I do need to suspend the rules, but I did want to throw it to Mr. Withers at Planning if I could.
First and foremost, I just need you to tell me that you want to take it off the consolidated first
I do.
reading vote. Okay.
Please.
All right. Okay. So colleagues, what we're going to do then, without objection, all items on first reading can be voted on at the same time, excepting Agenda Item 79, BL 2024-490, which will be pulled from first reading. Okay, is there a motion for the approval of all the items excepting Agenda Item 79? Okay, without objection, you have approved all the items on first reading with the exception of Agenda Item 79, and so we will go back to that. That is sponsor styles. It is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, a request to amend a specific plan for properties located at 12610 Old Hickory Boulevard and Old Hickory Boulevard unnumbered, approximately 655 feet east of Hobson Pike, zoned SP. This is 9.38 acres, and it's to permit warehouse and office uses. Okay, so Ms. Stiles, you are recognized on this bill.
Thank you very much. So this particular bill involves an easement that ultimately would go into.
So first, Ms. Stiles, you need to
sorry.
move to suspend the rules. This is Rule 19.2 that SPs, colleagues, require a recommendation of the Planning Commission. Ms. Stiles, prior to its introduction, okay? So this bill has been introduced, it is on first reading, but we need to suspend Rule 19.2 because it does not yet have a recommendation of the Planning Commission. As I understand it, it will be at the first meeting of the Planning,
August 22nd.
August 22nd. Okay, so can you please move to suspend or request a suspension of the rules, Rule 19.2?
I'd like to move to suspend the rules with a brief comment from planning if I could.
Is there an objection to the suspension of Rule 19.2? Okay, seeing none, the rules are suspended. Okay.
Thank you very much. If I may make a brief comment and Mr. Withers make a comment.
Now we need a motion on the bill.
I'd like to move to approve, please.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion to approve, properly seconded. Now we're on discussion. Now we can acknowledge Mr. Withers at the planning table.
Can I give my brief comment?
You may,
first?
yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
So this property it abuts the Starwood property. So in order to move forward with the plan for Starwood with the developer, we needed an easement. The owner of this property, 12910 Old Hickory Boulevard, has provided 30 feet for this potential entrance for commercial traffic for Starwood. And so the changes to the SP that I am asking for, this was the negotiation that we made in order to move Starwood forward. So I did have a meeting with Director Kempf and also Mr. Withers in the planning department to give them a better idea of the project that's coming on the Starwood site and why this property was important to get this SP amended in order to move that move forward. So with that, I will throw to Mr. Withers.
Mr. Withers, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Mayor. Just wanted to confirm what Councilmember Stiles has stated. She did have an SP that came before the Planning Commission at the July 25th meeting. She was present to speak at the beginning of that meeting, as council members often are recognized at the beginning. However, she needed to depart for an event at which other council members were also present. But during the discussion of that item, the commissioners just had some additional questions and wanted some information. And due to that scheduling conflict, Councilmember Stiles was not able to be present to add to that discussion. So the commissioners had some additional questions, and they recommended a deferral of 2 meetings. And as Councilmember Stiles has stated, she has come in to meet with some staff to begin providing that additional information. We do not yet have a recommendation of what ultimately will be decided for this, but I just wanted to verify the statements that Councilmember Stiles made, that the commission had some questions and that she's endeavoring to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Withers. It's back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'd just like to move for approval.
Okay, you have already moved for approval. It's properly seconded. You can renew that motion. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, all in favor of approval on first reading, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This will go to the Planning Commission and then be back here on second reading in September. Okay. Next is agenda item 01, BL 2024, unnumbered, sponsor Webb, Evan Siegel, Parker, Welsh, and Weiner. This is an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code of Law, Section 16.16.260, the International Mechanical Code, local amendments to adopt Chapter 11 of the 2024 Mechanical Code. Ms. Webb, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to suspend the rules.
Okay. Ms. Webb has moved to suspend the rules to get this before us. I think members have received a letter from Director Herbert as to kind of the emergency nature of this. Is there any objection? Oh, I got to go to committee. So it did go before the committee as to the nature of the emergency. Okay, so Vice Chair Prep T, can you give a report on Ms. Webb's late filed bills pertaining to the mechanical code, please?
I can, yes. The Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee considered the late file nature of this ordinance and voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for approval.
Okay, so having heard the report of the committee on the nature of the emergency, is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. It's to you, Ms. Webb, for a motion.
I move to approve the ordinance.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion or explanation? Everybody's informed, read the letter, all good. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this ordinance has passed first reading. Okay. Now we are on bills on second reading that were not on consent. Mercifully, there are very few of those. And so we are now on agenda item 84, ordinance BL 2024-411, sponsor Welsh. And I believe Ms. Welsh has departed. She was so close. Okay. All right, so we will move on next then to agenda item 85, ordinance BL 2024-426, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance amending section 15.64.140 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the review of a grading permit and drainage plan. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, Chair Parker for Transportation Infrastructure. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered Amendment 1, recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against. We considered Amendment 2, recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against. And on the bill as amended, we also recommended approval, 11 in favor and 0 against.
Okay, thank you so much. It is back to you, Ms. Kimbrough, for a motion on your bill to get it before us, please.
Motion to move.
Motion to approve?
Approve the.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. And now you might want to make a motion to amend.
Motion to amend with amendments.
Might we do, having given unanimous committee approval of both amendments, to do a consolidated motion to apply both amendments? We've never done it before? Okay. Who says we can't do it? Okay, I will put it to you, Ms. Kimbrough. If we can move them one at a time, if you would like to explain them, or you can proceed as you so choose.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, not Your Honor.
That's okay. Mr. Cap does it too.
Yes,
it's all good. Got a lot of litigators in here.
Motion to move both amendments. Amendment 1 was mine. I simply went back where I had an or and made it an and also added that nothing in the bill was to be construed as allowing a landfill as defined by the state and the federal government. And then there was another amendment, Amendment 2, that was submitted by Ms. Allen, and hers pretty much just added a couple of words like applicability, and they merged, they go together, it's fine, we like it, and got approval, and we asked the council to approve it.
Okay. I sense I'm making Ms. Darby nervous by putting two amendments together. So if you would, Ms. Kimbrough, if you'll just move Amendment 1, please.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion to amend with Amendment 1 properly seconded. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of Amendment 1? Okay. And now, Ms. Kimbrough, just go ahead and move Amendment 2, please, as well.
I'd like to move Amendment 2.
Is there a second? Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Amendment 2? Seeing none, all in favor of Amendment 2, please say aye. Aye. Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so we're now back to you, Ms. Kimbrough, for a motion on your bill as amended with Amendment 1 and Amendment 2.
Motion to move my bill with Amendments 1 and 2.
Yes. Great. Move the bill as amended, yes.
Okay.
And sometimes when I articulate that motion, you can just say so moved and somebody will second it and on we will go. Okay, any discussion on this bill 426 as amended with Amendment 1 and 2 for approval? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This ordinance has passed second reading as amended. Agenda item 86, ordinance BL 2024-441, sponsor Stiles, is an ordinance to amend section 16.24.340 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding algae, moss, mildew, lichen, and fungus. Ms. Stiles.
Committee reports, Vice Mayor.
Sure. Chair Bradford for Government Operations.
Government Operations voted for a 2-meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much. I plan on deferring this for 2 meetings.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer 2 meetings properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the 2-meeting deferral? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this ordinance is deferred 2 meetings on, okay. Next is agenda item 87, ordinance BL 2024-468, sponsor Porterfield. This is an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code of Laws 2.24.250. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Okay, budget, it's your committee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered BL 2024-468, and we voted 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1-meeting deferral. So
Yep, that's a unanimous deferral by committee, so that's Rule 8.1, and the deferral is automatic. It does not require a vote. It's deferred 1 meeting. Okay. Agenda item 90, ordinance BL 2024-472, sponsors Ewing, Gamble, and Parker. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public utility easements for the specific area of property located at 2121 Crestmore Road. Ms. Ewing, you are recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports.
Yeah.
Committee reports.
Sure.
Sorry, it's late.
No worries. Chair Gamble, on ordinance 472 for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gamble. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered an amendment and approved the amendment. 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and then approved the bill as amended. 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Chair Parker, for Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered the amendment, recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, And on the bill as amended, we also recommended approval, 11 in favor and 0 against.
Okay, so it's back to you, Ms. Ewing, for a motion on your bill to get it before us.
Move to approve the bill as amended.
Nope, you got to
No.
move to approve it first. So is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Now it's back to you for a motion to amend.
Motion to amend the bill.
Properly seconded. Anything you want to say or share about the amendment?
No, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Excellent. All in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Sorry. We're back to you. We got to make a motion on your bill as amended.
So moved.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All in favor of this bill as amended on second reading, please say aye. Okay. I guess I should have asked for discussion. There's no discussion. Is there? No. Okay. All right. That has been approved on second reading as amended. Okay. Moving on to bills on third reading. Ms. Toombs, we have agenda items 94 and 95, which are companion bills to each other. BL 2024-271, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance, of Metropolitan Government, Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 316 Homestead Road, approximately 240 feet north of Southridge Drive, 1.56 acres, to permit 23 multifamily residential units, all of which is described herein. And then it's a companion bill regarding materials. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for an indefinite deferral for both 94 and 95.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. There's a motion to indefinitely defer both these bills, companion bills, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Would you like to provide an explanation? You don't have to. Okay. These bills will be indefinitely deferred. Okay. Next, and not quite last, is agenda items 96 and 97. These are also companions to each other. Ordinance BL 2024-317, sponsor Toombs, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 2840 and 2842 Buena Vista Pike, approximately 58 feet east of Mike Shields Court, 3153 acres, to permit 46 multifamily residential units, and its companion bill, agenda item 97, BL 2024-318, which is about the exact same property and requires certain materials to be restricted. Go ahead, Ms. Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute on 96.
Okey dokes. Let's see. Okay, let's then, Ms. Toombs, do we have to move them separately to get the? Okay, alrighty, I was getting ahead of myself, Ms. Toombs. To put that substitute on there, we've got to move 96 separately, okay? So if you could make a motion to approve to get 317 before us.
Okay. Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded, and now it's back to you on your substitute.
All right. I'd like to move the substitute with a brief explanation.
Go ahead, ma'am. Is there a second on the motion to substitute? Yes, okay. Go ahead.
So the substitute reduces the total number of units from 46 to 40. It also includes a requirement of some additional infrastructure improvements at Buena Vista and Stoker's Lane.
Okay, you've heard an explanation of the substitute by Ms. Toombs. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, substitute is on your bill, and so now we need a motion to approve as substituted, please.
Move for approval as substituted.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. And then Ms. Toombs on 97, then the companion bill, BL 2024-318.
Move for approval.
Okay, move for approval, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
What?
Up, 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 up.
I need to move the
Oh,
substitute.
you have a substitute on that one too. Okay, I get it. All right, I didn't mark that one. I didn't see it. Okay, so there's been a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. So the bill is before us, and now it's to you for a motion to substitute.
Move for approval of the substitute.
Okay. Any explanation on it? Similar
I
to
think it's a housekeeping substitute.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, it's to match the substitute on the.
Okay, so basically, so they
316,
conform to each other
317.
since they're companion
Yes.
bills anyway. Okay, any discussion? Nope. There's a motion to substitute, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, now we're back to you for a motion for approval on third reading of this ordinance as substituted.
Move for approval as substituted.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, yes, ma'am? Okay, Ms. Darby is telling me that apparently we got ahead of ourselves on 94 and 95, and we didn't vote to indefinitely defer?
You asked if I wanted to explain it. I said nope, and then we voted.
Yeah.
It's a voice vote.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Last item, agenda item 98, ordinance BL 2024-344, sponsor Stiles, Coopin, Eastlick, Bow, Ewing, and Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend section 2.14.030 of the Metropolitan Code regarding the selection of members of the Nashville Music, Film, and Entertainment Commission. Ms. Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded, and so it's back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Beyond moving for approval, just
Yep, I mean, if there's anything that you want to say or.
No.
Okay.
We'll just move for approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded, and so now we are on discussion of this ordinance. Is there anyone seeking discussion? Discussion is a time when you can offer amendments. Anyone? The amendments are already on? Okay. All right, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. There is no discussion in the queue, so we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so this has passed third reading. And that concludes our agenda. Our next council meeting will be on Tuesday, August the 20th. We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.